Welcome, everyone. We're going to go ahead and call our meeting to order. We'll start with a roll call from our Assistant City Clerk, Calson Leahy.
The record shall reflect that all members are present.
Thank you. Councilmember Fox will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance tonight.
Everyone please rise, remove your caps. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all. Our Assistant City Clerk will cover some procedural items.
In accordance with the Brown Act, I'd like to announce that as a result of convening simultaneous meetings, the members of the Buena Sanitation District will receive a compensation of $147.75 for the district meeting pursuant to Buena Sanitation District Ordinance 2006-1. I would like to remind everyone that the Vista Municipal Code requires members of the public to observe order and decorum at the meeting and to conduct themselves in a courteous manner. The ordinance was adopted to allow for public input and to facilitate city business without disruption of the meeting. Applause is appropriate for items listed under the presentation portion of the agenda only. Students wishing to receive credit for attending this evening's meeting must stay for a minimum of 1 hour. However, we ask that you stay for the completion of an item rather than leaving in the middle of a discussion. When you are ready to leave, you may ask one of the staff members in the back of the room to sign your paper.
Okay, and we have an opportunity to address the council tonight. If you'd like to speak on an item on tonight's agenda, please fill out a speaker slip with the number of the item you'd like to speak on and give it to the clerk secretary staff here at the dais. Speaker slips are available on the table just outside the council chambers. For members of the public participating via Zoom, you may raise your hand to indicate that you'd like to speak by using the raise hand feature, or press *9 on your phone. We will announce when to raise your hand to indicate that you would like to make a comment on the specific item being discussed. Speakers will have 3 minutes each to address the City Council this evening. Now we'll go to our City Manager, John Conley, for the approval of tonight's agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. No changes to this evening's agenda.
Okay, and now we have 4 presentations this evening, and I'd like to invite my fellow City Council members to join me at the lectern for the first of these 3 presentations. Recognize our local San Diego County Sheriff's Department staff and heroes. I'd like to invite Sergeant Adam Milligan, Ashley Harris, Doree Rassicot, Dewan Kim, Yale Verduzco. Please come forward to accept these proclamations. We'd like to honor you for your exemplary service. All right. Let's see. Are you Nathaniel Blunt? No. Is Nathaniel here? No? Am I out of order here? Oh, okay, not this one. That makes more sense. Okay. All right. We were at the negotiating table discussing some other items, so I got my proclamations out of order here. Mayor Ritter knows how that goes, right? Okay. Let me make sure I got the right names here. Are these all for the same incident? Yep, okay, good. So tonight, let me read this proclamation. We've got 5 copies of it here for the deputies that we mentioned, which is Sergeant Adam Milligan, Ashley Harris, Doree Rassicott, Dewan Kim, and Yael Verduzco. And it reads, whereas on January 26, 2024 at 2 p.m., Nathaniel Blank and his wife, Leah Norberg, swiftly responded to state... Oh, all right, I'm totally out of order here. Let me read from the copy in here. Quick reset. Yep, all right. It's like the anchor man. I'll read anything they put in front of me, I guess. Okay, starting over. Whereas from June 2023 to June 2024, the Vista Area Detective Unit initiated an ambitious and proactive investigative and enforcement campaign to reduce criminal activity in the community of Vista. And whereas under the leadership of Sergeant Adam Milligan, detectives implemented advanced investigative strategies, including the use of confidential informants, search warrants, directed patrol operations, and fourth waiver compliance checks, targeting narcotics, gangs, prolific theft offenders, and high-profile criminals, while forging lasting relationships and partnerships with COPS deputies, GET deputies, the FBI, and the ATF. Whereas during this period, detectives cultivated and managed over 10 confidential informants, utilizing them in numerous investigations, which directly led to the seizure of over 50 firearms, 3.5 pounds of cocaine, significant quantities of narcotics, and more than $100,000 in stolen property, whereas the detectives' commitment extended far beyond their regular shifts, responding to urgent cases during off hours, coordinating time-sensitive operations, and frequently working through the night to ensure that justice was served, all while conducting 74 search warrants and over 80 fourth waiver parole searches. Whereas the unit played a critical role in high-risk cases, collaborating with the FBI on 5 kidnapping investigations, all of which were successfully resolved within 24 hours, as well as assisting with numerous missing persons and missing persons at-risk cases with a 100% success rate. Whereas their partnership with the ATF and the United States Attorney's Office resulted in the evaluation of over 10 cases under Project Safe Neighborhoods, several of which were federally adopted for prosecution, targeting violent criminals, gang members, and prolific narcotics offenders. Whereas the crime analyst of the Vista Patrol Station, Ashley Harris and Doree Rassicott, provided indispensable intelligence support, working side by side with detectives on search warrants, fourth waivers, school threat assessments, and follow-up investigations, ensuring that each operation was executed with precision. And whereas Office Assistants Dewan Kim and Yael Verduzco played a vital role in managing case preparations, video arraignments, and maintaining a strong working relationship with deputy district attorneys, supporting the seamless administration of justice. And whereas the Vista Patrol Station handled over 34,000 calls for service, generating approximately 2,500 cases for detectives, yet through their unwavering efforts, the Vista Area Detective Unit reduced overall crime in Vista by 3.5% and lightened their own caseload by an average of 20 to 25% fewer cases assigned each month. Whereas their commitment, innovative thinking, and relentless pursuit of justice have significantly enhanced the safety and quality of life for Vista residents, setting a new standard of excellence in law enforcement. Now, therefore, I, as the mayor and the members of the Vista City Council, do hereby recognize and commend Sergeant Adam Milligan, the Vista Area Detective Unit, COPS deputies, GET deputies, crime analyst Ashley Harris, Doree Rassicott, and Office Assistants Dewan Kim and Yael Verduzco, and proclaim them as heroes for their extraordinary service and dedication to protecting and serving the city of Vista. Let's give them all a round of applause. Now, we're honored to have with us tonight our former captain, now Commander John Boyce is with us, and we have our new captain, John Malin. Commander, Captain, would you come down and help me award these commendations? And since I got my facts all out of order here, would you say a few things, offer a little insight into this operation and accomplishments that you're proud to be passing on to our new captain here?
Absolutely.
All right.
So it put me on a spot. I'm not prepared. Anyway, I was here for 2 years. This detective unit, the cops, deputies that are here, our gang enforcement team, they're the ones that do a lot of heavy lifting. They do the investigations after our patrol deputies respond to a call. And I know Sergeant Milligan, he did not look happy being up here because he doesn't want to take credit for their hard work. But these detectives that you see here and the deputies in the back, like they're the ones that pull the heavy lift here in Vista. And taking the guns off the street and narcotics off the street, it makes our city safer. So I know they all deeply care. Some of them grew up here, some of them live in Vista, and I'm very proud of them. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for coming. So these guys are absolutely amazing. The men and women of the Sheriff's Department are out here 365 days a year, day and night, working to keep all of you safe. And it's absolutely incredible the things that they do. They're out here on the holidays. They're missing their families, their kids, but they do it because they love Vista. We have people that stay here for a very, very long time, and they do a very, very good job. So thank you for recognizing them. They do absolutely incredible work. Thank you.
And now I do want to editorialize just a little bit. Boy, I just cannot. We've had a lot of great captains serve us in Vista, as evidenced by the fact that the sheriff promoted every one of them to commander, no pressure. But no, we're exceptionally proud of Commander Boyce and his service. And he has led the finest contingent of deputies, and he helped us to secure Captain Malin, who's already knocking it out of the park. And I don't know, it's a competition, he's doing a great job. But that's true leadership, is when you elevate people that you know are going to do a great job. And when you move on and you bring great leaders up, that is the truest element of a leader, is to find people to fill their footsteps. And deputies, I'm getting compliments from people all over the city, everywhere I go, that the city is cleaner and safer. And, I get out there and I walk with you in these places that are not pleasant. You're doing some work, especially on our cops team and the GET team, that's really sometimes unpleasant, and it's dangerous. And I want to say from the bottom of my heart, thank you for every day going into harm's way, arresting people, stopping people from ruining our retail environment here in Vista, keeping our stores from closing. We're really proud to have Trader Joe's here and other great economic things that are happening because we as a community care enough to invest in you and to give you the support you need to do your job. And it's just such an honor to have such a great deputy force. Just couldn't be more proud of each and every one of you. Thank you again for your dedicated service to our city and your heroism, each and every one of you. And with that, would you mind taking a picture with us so we can memorialize this great event? All of you, please.
Some of you have to come on this side, though.
Everybody here in the center.
Should we get our award reception in the center? Sergeant Milligan? In the center. I know. You're a guy like me in the background. Okay, now I'm back on track. Now we would like to recognize Nathaniel Blank, Leah Norenberg. Are you here? Oh, come on down. All right. Now, we've got a proclamation to honor some exceptional citizens, Nathaniel Blank and his wife, Leah Norenberg. Norenberg, right? Am I saying that right? Yes. Okay, very good. They swiftly responded to Stacy Keating's urgent request for assistance at Zion National Park concerning her husband, Mike Keating, who had suffered cardiac arrest. Nathaniel initiated CPR without delay and maintained the procedure until the arrival of park rangers. Due to the hiking distance and limited winter personnel, it took park rangers 90 minutes to reach the location. Nathaniel persevered with CPR despite the grim prognosis for Mike's survival, while Leah remained steadfastly by Stacy's side. Nathaniel also enlisted assistance from other hikers to aid in the CPR efforts. Upon the arrival of Zion Park Rangers, it was determined that Mike had unfortunately passed away. Whereas the city of Vista and Stacy Keating acknowledges the courageous actions of Nathaniel and Leah to assist her during this critical moment to save her cherished husband, Nathaniel and Leah exemplified true selflessness by coming to Stacy's aid and remaining with her throughout this ordeal. Their actions are truly remarkable testament to selflessness. It's my honor as mayor and the members of the Vista City Council do hereby recognize and extend our heartfelt gratitude to Nathaniel Blank and Leah Norenberg for their bravery and selfless actions, and do hereby proclaim Wednesday, February 12th, 2025 as Nathaniel Blank and Leah Norenberg Day in the city of Vista. Our final proclamation is one to declare February 2025 as Black History Month in the city of Vista. And I'd like to invite Alicia Rankin, Debbie Matthews, Naeem Miller, Chaz Newton, Elijah Rankin, Talon Hall, Lene Brock, and members of the North San Diego County NAACP Branch 1086 to come forward and accept the proclamation. Thank you for coming tonight. Appreciate you being here. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming tonight. Take care. All right. All right. You want to accept this on behalf of the group? All right. Very good. Thank you, Elijah. Okay, and our proclamation reads as follows. Whereas Black History Month, celebrated annually in February, presents a crucial opportunity to acknowledge the profound contributions and enduring influence of Black Americans who have shaped the history of our nation, enriched our cultural landscape, and strengthened our society. And whereas the theme for this year, Black Americans in Labor, explores the significant relationships between Black workers, entrepreneurs, and the economy, tracing the journey from the fight against slavery to the emergence of prominent Black business leaders. And whereas the distinguished historical Black American entrepreneurs in the beauty, health, and fashion sectors, including Annie T. Malone, Madam C.J. Walker, Rose Meta Morgan, Anthony Overton, have laid the groundwork for contemporary achievements in these thriving industries, whereas numerous Black American entrepreneurs have gained prominence in business only after achieving fame in other domains, such as music and sports. Today, the beauty, health, and fashion sectors continue to offer substantial opportunities for Black American entrepreneurs, and whereas across the United States, Black American majority-owned businesses provided employment for approximately 1.4 million individuals in 2021, with total annual payrolls estimated at $53.6 billion. Whereas the City of Vista acknowledges that Black Americans and entrepreneurs persist in overcoming racial and financial obstacles in their quest for success, their varied contributions as professionals, entrepreneurs, educators, public servants, students, volunteers, veterans, and others are essential in promoting and enhancing economic stability and enhancing the overall quality of life in the City of Vista. Now, therefore, it's my honor as mayor and the members of the Vista City Council do hereby proclaim the month of February 2025 as Black History Month in the City of Vista. And we invite all the residents of the City of Vista to engage in Black History Month celebrations and to honor the achievements and rich heritage of Black Americans in our community. All right. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah? All right, come on.
Okay. As a treasurer of the NAACP Youth Council of North San Diego County, I'd like to humbly accept this award. You see our members here, they work day in and day out for what they believe in. I feel like that's what it's all about. So I'd like to thank you once again.
I'd just like to say thank you for having us. Thank you for appreciating the effort that we put into to better our community. We are glad to do this every year, every month, to serve you, to serve us, to make sure we can all sit at a great table, eat the same food, get the same education, and understand each other even more. Thank you.
As advisor for this youth council, I'm very proud of them. I'm very proud of all the youth, that the work they put into our community to make it a better community. We love our youth. They're great leaders, and they just want to step into the right shoes, and we're here to guide them, and we thank you for all the support and the recognition that you've given them. Thank you so much.
My name is Shaz. I just want to say that, because I'm new to the NAACP, but I just want to say thank you for all you guys' support. And I'm excited for what the future holds for the NAACP. So.
All right, what an exceptional bunch of leaders. Thank you very much. Would you take a photograph with us? All right. Yeah, I think that's the last of our presentations here. We've got one more, but we're going to receive that as. Thank you. That's going to bring us to our fourth presentation item. I'd like to invite Shannon Ayala, partner with Davis Farr, LLP, the city's independent financial auditor, to come forward and provide us with a presentation of the city's fiscal year 2023-2024 annual comprehensive financial report and its associated audit. Thanks for being here tonight.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Deputy Mayor. I'm pleased to be here tonight to present the audit results for the City of Vista for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2024. The audit is completed in various phases, including the planning and interim phase, which is completed in May of last year, and then the final audit procedures completed in October and November of 2024. The bulk of the work that we complete is during this time, so we do confirm all cash and investment balances and long-term liabilities, as well as substantively test material revenues and expenses. This year, we had some areas of audit focus, including compliance with federal grant spending, review of capital assets, as well as some focus testing and purchasing compliance. I'm happy to report that we did not have any audit findings or exceptions noted during this testing. The culmination of all of our work and the finance department's work results in the annual comprehensive financial report. So our team did spend approximately 600 hours analyzing all of the financial data, and we do believe our work is sufficient to express an opinion. So as a result of all of the procedures we completed, we have issued an unmodified opinion on the financial statements. That is the highest level of opinion that can be received on the city's financial statements. And in addition to the annual comprehensive financial report, we also issue the financial statements of the Buena Sanitation District and the Vista Joint Powers Authority, both of which also received the unmodified opinion on their financial statements. Lastly, we do issue the compliance with uniform guidance over federal expenditures report, which is also known as the single audit. We issued the successor agency compliance report, an agreed upon procedures report over Proposition L, and the GAN limit letter. And again, there were no items to note or exceptions in those reports. Lastly, we do issue the communication to those in governance letter, which is for all of you. That kind of wraps up the audit and will indicate our significant audit areas that I previously mentioned, as well as any disagreements with management, of which we had none, significant disclosures in the financial statements, and significant estimates. So I just want to take a moment to let you know that we appreciate the time and efforts of the finance department during the audit. It's not an easy task to spend preparing for the audit or answering all of our questions during the process. And we were provided answers in a timely and efficient manner, which allows us to present to you tonight. And that concludes my prepared comments, and I can answer any questions that any of you have over the audit process or the results.
Very good. Any questions from the council members? Good. We're pleased to have a clean opinion and another great year of excellent financial work. I don't see Mike Sylvia's, must be in the back. There he is. Very good. Good work. And to all of our management team and to all of our finance staff, thank you for a job well done and another clean audit. Thank you very much for your
Great. Thank you very
presentation.
much.
Okay, and that's going to bring us to our oral communications opportunity. And I'm going to, let's see, we've got 4 that have said they'd like to speak for oral communications. So any member of the public may address the city council on agency-related matters that are not on tonight's agenda by requesting to speak during this section of the agenda. If you are participating via Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature or press star 9 if you'd like to speak. The number of speakers that will be heard during this segment is limited to 10. Any remaining speakers will be heard under the second oral communication item. So we'll go ahead and hear from our oral communications. We've got Yusuf Miller would like to be heard, followed by Joe Hood, followed by Gary Duffield. If you heard your name called, please move to the edge of your aisle or the front row if there is a seat available and be ready to come forward. Is Yusuf Miller still with us? Yusuf Miller? Okay. Mr. Hood, you have 3 minutes. You'll be followed by Gary Duffield.
Good evening. Eucalyptus trees are highly flammable. When the oils in the tree heat up, the plant releases flammable gas, which ignites into a firewall. This accelerates the eucalyptus fire hazards and discourages firefighting efforts. They are fire adapted, and a fire causes the trees to release a massive drop of seeds, which may later lead to more fires. At the last council meeting, we learned the city owns over 1,000 eucalyptus trees, and you voted to spend tens of thousands of dollars each year to trim some, but not all, which will only marginally mitigate some of the fire risk. And Vista will spend maintenance dollars indefinitely in our high fire risk locations. I offer you an opportunity to do better. I have been advised that we can provide oak saplings to replace all eucalyptus trees at no cost to the city. Replacement can be scheduled to meet the city's capacity to remove and plant new oaks. The removed trees can be a source of revenue and climate benefit when used, for example, as mulch. Water the oak saplings for 2 years and then let them grow with little or no ongoing trimming costs. In a recent fire, a nearby home burned down, but an oak tree adjacent to the garage protected it. Neither the tree nor the garage burned down. This is actually leading to a San Diego State professor researching and writing a paper on this issue. I ask you to partner with us to replace fire-prone invasive eucalyptus trees with lower cost, less fire-prone native coastal oaks, whose added benefits include superior shading and cooling, and we will save money while acting to improve Vista's safety and comfort. Thank you.
Gary Duffield, if you would, please do hold your applause. As our city clerk said, we're now in the business portion of our meeting, and our ordinance requires that you maintain the decorum and not applaud or make any outbursts for the duration of the meeting. Mr. Duffield, followed by Lori Froelich.
Good evening. I'm here this evening on behalf of the pickleball players at Bringles Terrace Park, and unlike my previous visits, I'm not asking for anything. So we thank the City Council and staff for the conversion and addition of, now we have a total of 12 pickleball courts. I want to especially thank past Council Member Joe Green and Council Member O'Donnell. Joe encouraged me in moving this project along. It took 2-3 years, and to get more courts. And Councilman O'Donnell made the motion to convert tennis courts 5 and 6 to pickleball. That was a good idea, really good. We also want to thank the other council members who voted for it too. That's very important. We've had over 80 players, men, women, children, playing in the mornings on the weekends. And during weekday mornings, all courts are being used, and I understand the courts are very busy in the evenings as well. Today, at age 81, I was the youngest on the court. There were 2 others who were 83. One was 88. Any questions you have?
Yes. How come you didn't offer us to buy some of those nice shirts you're wearing?
Oh. A guy named Andy sells them. They're
Okay.
They're expensive. Thank you. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Duffield. Now, Lori Froelich, please.
This is regarding a short-term rental, of which we are all familiar, I believe. Wondering
Speak right into that microphone and we'll hear you a little bit better.
What is being done regarding the short-term rental, which we are all familiar with, and when will it be done? We have complied with all the requests made by the city. The situation has become unsafe. We believe either human or drug trafficking is occurring on the property during specific occasions when repeat visitors occupy the property. Money has been collected from gatekeepers, contraband has been handed off. Underage drinking and drugs are being consumed, as evidence is on my property and the street after the fact. Women are being brought to the property by men and left overnight. They are taken away the next day. Men drive cars that come and go all through the night, delivering people and contraband. I am unable to say exactly what, as it is very intentionally covert. The owner continues to operate the property as a short-term rental. He has not adhered to any rental requirements as set forth by Vista Law last year. Renters are always one-night stays, number of people on property is always out of line, noise limits are not followed, etc., etc. Finding the owner on his tax rolls will not change the outcomes if the owner has deep pockets. The Vista Police have informed me that they do not have the authority to search inside the property unless a felony has been committed. How else do you think we're going to be able to make a bust for a drug crime if you can't do a legal search? Honestly, I need some answers to these very straightforward questions. Again, I ask what is being done and when can we expect results? Last weekend, during a gathering on this property, there were 3 young men outside my bedroom window on the street until 3 a.m. They were loud, disruptive, drinking, and using drugs. I believe the sheriffs are not thinking anything serious is going on because they've been called to this property repeatedly and did not make any arrests for a felony. I suggest that they do make arrests and check drivers for alcohol and drugs. If they do, perhaps these people will find another place to carry on. I feel sorry for the next victims of these people, but I need them out of my life because they are risking both my safety and my sanity. My family members have been told to get back in your house by the gatekeepers of these parties who park on the adjacent street and monitor what goes on at the rental house. These people are quite obviously know what they can and cannot get away with. One of these individuals was overheard saying, "Don't worry, the officers cannot go inside the house," to another. The individual who rents to these repeat offenders knows who they are. This individual is the son of the owner of the property. Over this past weekend, the property was rented out all 3 nights to different people for parties. Not every rental is to the repeat offenders, however. It has become about a once-a-month occurrence with the bad actors, always on weekends. We are informed the party is advertised on the internet.
Ms. Froelich, I'm sorry, that's your 3 minutes, but I do want to tell you, we do have an update for you. And I want to ask if you would meet with Imelda Huerta, our Assistant City Manager, in the back of the room. I think she might have some information for you, and I'd be happy to reach out to you tomorrow with a personal follow-up. I've got your, yes, I have your phone number here. I'll call you tomorrow. Okay, thank you. Now I want to recognize Yusuf Miller for 3 minutes.
Thank you. Yusuf Miller, North County, San Diego, NAACP, and I want to thank you for the proclamation for Black History Month. It's very important. With all the attacks on DEI, it's important that we recognize the diversity of Vista, diversity of California in general. Here in San Diego, here in California, the NAACP started in about 1914. Here in Vista, it started about 1965 for the immigration of African Americans who came into Southern California from Northern California with the work that was happening with the military bases and the Navy yards. And with that influx of people of African descent came a lot of oppression and pushback and segregation types of issues, which they had to fight through. And we see people migrating to other places. And actually here on the sort of flatlands of San Diego County, African Americans weren't as welcome and went up to the mountain areas of San Diego County. And that's some of the larger areas of African Americans in San Diego County. So it's very important that we see the oldest civil rights organization in the nation, and one that takes care of the complaints and attacks against African Americans to be recognized in this month of Black History, and to be accepting of the Black History Month proclamation. We see a lot of people may say, okay, we're so post civil rights movement and so post civil rights era that we don't need certain organizations like this. We can take care of ourselves, but it's actually not true. Here in San Diego County, in the school districts, we see a lot of anti-Black racism. We see anti-LGBTQ, anti-Jewish, which is anti-Semitism, and the likes are still going on. And in San Diego County, anti-Black hate crimes and hate incidents are the highest of all hate crimes in the county, and it's never been different. I'll say that again. It has never been different. So we need organizations like this to stand up for not only African Americans, but for all people of color. And everyone needs someone to stand up for them, no matter what group they are. And it is important that we recognize people for who they are, their contributions to San Diego County, and for the organizations that protect those people. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll go to Zoom. We'll begin with Becky Rapp, followed by Kelly McCormick, followed by Megan Stewart. Becky Rapp, are you there?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Becky Rapp, and tonight I wanted to share with you a newly released study from the University of Colorado School of Medicine. The study focuses on the long-term effects heavy marijuana use can have and how it affects brain function. This study, the largest and most comprehensive of its kind, involved over 1,000 people between the ages of 22 and 36. Brain imaging technology was used to better understand the effects marijuana has on brain activity. And the study proved that heavy lifetime users, or those with a diagnosis of cannabis dependence, showed lower brain activity, particularly in areas involved in cognitive functions, such as attention, memory, decision-making, and emotional processing. The study goes on to prove that heavy marijuana users, whether or not they had recently used, showed significant diminished brain activity. This study does not teach us anything we don't already know. It only emphasizes the hundreds of previous studies that have come before, reiterating the myth that marijuana is harmless. Dr. Joshua Cohen, one of the study's co-authors, emphasized the importance of being aware and states that the research underscores the potential risks, calls for more informed decision-making. I would like to encourage this council to become more informed and take the advice of the doctor. As policymakers, you have an obligation to make decisions that protect the public's health. What better time than now to call attention to any and all negative impacts on brain development, especially as we face a mental health crisis in our city. Thank you.
Now we'll go to Kelly McCormick, followed by Megan Stewart.
Hello, this is Kelly McCormick. I'm a public health educator focusing on youth substance use prevention. An independent scientific committee dubbed the High Potency Cannabis Think Tank was convened by the California Department of Public Health, recently releasing a report on the health impacts of high potency marijuana, along with policy recommendations. The committee concluded that high THC products are associated with heightened risk for cannabis use disorder, serious mental health conditions, as you just heard, and other adverse outcomes, particularly for users younger than age 26 or when used during pregnancy. The panel recommended 20 policy actions that can address some of these risks. They include capping THC content, fully prohibiting flavored inhaled marijuana products, requiring plain packaging, strengthening and enforcing marketing restrictions, strengthening and funding public education on the risks of marijuana use, and requiring retailers to stock lower potency options. I urge the City Council to review the report, if you haven't already, and to consider adopting the recommendations as you are able. There is a great need for stronger consumer protections, along with a policy framework that prioritizes public health. Thank you.
Megan Stewart, followed by Diana Balin.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Megan Stewart, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. As marijuana use grows, I want to highlight the rising popularity of vaping marijuana and its serious risks, especially for young people. An NPR report last week noted that vaping is now the preferred method of marijuana consumption due to its convenience and discretion. But while it may seem safer than smoking, the reality is far more concerning. We don't fully know what's in many vape products. In 2019, dozens died and thousands were hospitalized with lung injuries linked to dangerous additives like vitamin C acetate. Even now, safety testing shows that many unregulated chemicals slip through the cracks. Another major issue is potency. While traditional marijuana contains about 17% THC, vape concentrates can reach 95%. Research shows this extreme potency increases the risk of addiction, marijuana-induced psychosis, especially in teens and young adults, and lung disease. I personally know of a young adult who was hospitalized for months over the holidays with pneumonia, which is normally a very treatable disease. But because of vaping, he had severely damaged his lungs, leaving him with lasting health complications and overwhelming medical bills. Vista has a responsibility to protect public health. I would like to encourage the council to take these risks seriously, whether through stronger regulations, better education, or limiting the presence of high-potency products in our communities. The push for marijuana expansion cannot come at the cost of public safety. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Diana Bailon. Diana Bailon.
Hello. Yes. Hello, Mayor and City Council. I'm commenting in regards to the restoration of the water park. I urge you to restore it and don't take it away from our community. We don't need any more development in that section. It's already a very high traffic area. I highly oppose any development there, and we really need the Wave Water Park. It's an asset for our community, especially Vista High. My son is a junior there, and we have very special memories there since he was a little boy. And then Vista High uses those facilities for the water polo team, and they're a great water polo team, and I would hate to see that opportunity go away for them. So please save the Wave Water Park, and it's an asset to our community. Restore it and don't build anything. We need to stop the gentrification of our community. People are being pushed out. People can't afford it. Thank you.
I'm just going to jump in with a quick comment here because there's some false news going around today that anything like that is under consideration tonight. It is not. I don't believe that any member of this council has an intention to either A, close the Wave Water Park, or to B, deny access to the student groups that are currently using it. I'm sure when we get to that discussion that all of my colleagues will want to preserve the use of it, and I'm sure that we'll all express a desire to see it preserved for years to come, and that's what the conversation's about. Just want to get everybody, lower the temperature a little bit on that, because there's some false idea going around that we're talking about eliminating it, and we are not. Now we'll go to Madison on Zoom.
Hi, good evening, council members and mayor. I am here to highlight the ongoing impact of Big Tobacco's business model and the need for continued vigilance in addressing tobacco and other drug-related issues in our city.
Did they get cut off?
Sorry.
Oh, there. Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. Despite efforts to reduce smoking rates, Big Tobacco's business model is still thriving, as demonstrated by the sector's impressive 32% net margin. In 2024, the tobacco industry had the highest average net margin of any sector in the United States, higher than companies like Alphabet, Meta, Microsoft, Visa, Berkshire Hathaway, and I could go on. This staggering profitability shows just how entrenched the industry is, not only in our country, but also across the globe. To break it down simply, they sell an inexpensive and highly addictive product to a loyal customer base, ensuring steady demand. We must also recognize that the cannabis market, as it becomes more widely permitted, is likely to follow Big Tobacco's lead in exploiting addictive substances for profit. With its potential for addiction, cannabis is poised to become the next industry to use similar tactics, marketing to vulnerable populations and relying on a loyal customer base. As cannabis businesses grow, the temptation to mimic Big Tobacco's strategies to maximize profits will increase, potentially leading to harmful public health consequences. We must be proactive in setting guidelines and regulations that protect our community from this risk. As members of the Vista City Council, you have the opportunity to lead by example in protecting our community from the harms of tobacco and cannabis industries. By continuing to implement policies that limit tobacco and cannabis access, we can help curb the influence of industries that thrive off of addiction and profit from environmental harm. Thank you for your time and attention to this critical issue.
Okay, thank you very much. That's going to bring us, and that'll be the last oral communication speaker for the evening. We don't have any other requests to speak for oral communications, so we will now close the opportunity for oral communications at this meeting, and that'll bring us to our consent calendar. The recommendations on the following consent calendar will be enacted in one motion unless an item is removed from the calendar. Any member of the public may remove an item by submitting a request to speak card to the clerk secretary, by using the raise their hand feature on Zoom, or by pressing *9 on their phone. Items removed from the consent calendar will be considered immediately following the adoption of the calendar. We have 8 consent items this evening. And the public has not pulled anything. Deputy Mayor Melendez.
I move to approve our consent calendar.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, a second. Please cast your votes. That item is approved unanimously. All the items on the consent calendar are approved. Okay, that'll bring us to the first of 4 discussion items this evening. Our first one is regarding an assessment of the Wave Water Park. If there are any members of the public that wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature, by pressing *9, or by submitting a request to speak card. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. And I would just reiterate that we've been in discussions and that the purpose of our item this evening is to ensure the future of the Wave Water Park long into the future and to make sure that it serves the needs of the students that are utilizing it through our partnership with VUSD. So we're here to make sure it's an asset to the community long into the future. Welcome Mike Pacheco, our Parks Director, to introduce this item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. With me is a Wave Water Park Manager, Angela Palasic, and also our Principal and CEO, Aquatic Design Group Consultant, Justin Karen, here as well behind me. We'll be presenting.
Hi, good evening, Council and Mayor. I will be presenting the Wave Water Park Assessment portion. So we are looking for a recommendation to provide direction on options for the Wave Water Park in the future. This is a breakdown of our passes, and the majority of our pass holders for each summer are drawn from Vista. 2 of our major programs are camps and swim lessons, and swim lessons, the biggest draw is from Vista as well. So those services are provided to the community, and that's the number of participants we had for this past summer. We employ 180 seasonal staff through all of our departments, and we have a very high retention rate. About 40% of our staff return each summer due to the culture and the entity. 58% of our WAVE staff are students that go to Vista High Schools, and we provide comprehensive, extensive training for them to enter the workforce. The lifeguards get very extensive training in safety protocols, and that outlines some of their items. We do daily recognition training, which test the lifeguards on their skills, and then our outside lifeguard agency conducts unannounced audits on us each summer. And for the past 11 consecutive years, we've had the 5-star elite safety rating from the lifeguard agency.
And with that, again, I'd like to introduce Principal CEO of Aquatic Design Group, Justin Karen.
Mr. Mayor, council members, thanks for having me tonight. It's a pleasure to be here. In addition to being an aquatic consultant, my parents also live in Vista. A large number of our staff live in Vista. And we had the pleasure last year of our marketing director's son working as a lifeguard at the water park. So it is near and dear to our hearts. So a little bit about us. We're based in Carlsbad. We were founded in 1984 and done over 3,500 projects worldwide. We are an international firm, but we're based here as a small business owned in California. We partnered on this project with Nilay Bhatt and his firm, Next Practice Partners. They're also involved under Doug Grove with your overall parks master plan. Some of our projects, you can see the Wild Rivers Water Park in Irvine, 2004 Olympic Trials in Long Beach, the Elk Grove Aquatic Centers, which is hosting sectionals this year, the Emerald Glen Aquatic Center, which is a kind of modern day Vista Wave, built about 8 years ago. William Wagner Aquatic Center, where many of your athletes compete and train. The El Centro Aquatic Center, Southwestern College in Chula Vista, which has over a football field amount of water, and Alga Norte in Carlsbad. Tonight, we're going to go fairly quickly through some slides. We're going to start with an overview of North County, San Diego aquatic facilities and current trends in municipal aquatic centers. Then we'll present the findings of the needs assessment. We'll look through some survey data that was done, and finally move on to next steps. North County, San Diego in general has a lack of water space. Our athletes are forced to swim before school and also late at night, sometimes as late as 10 o'clock. You can imagine that's a very hard thing for a student to manage in addition to the rigors of schoolwork, athletics, and just their general social lives. The wave is kind of in the core or the center of the surrounding area of pools, and it's one of the most revered water parks in the county, if not the state. Trends in municipal water parks. This is the Emerald Glen facility we looked at earlier. You can see multiple bodies of water anchored by a competitive body of water about the same size as yours. Water slides about the same number of yours. And then you can see the interactive kind of shallow beach area. Another trend you're seeing here, and what you'll start to see is that the wave was very forward-thinking. The city of Vista was forward-thinking in 1994 when they greenlit this project. It's the first water park, municipal water park in San Diego, and it had all these elements to be set up to be fiscally sustainable and provide amenities for people of all walks of life. This is in El Centro. It opened about 5 years ago. Again, multiple bodies of water. We have shallow water, we have deep water, we have places to play, places to train, and places to recreate. They really are community centers and bring people of all walks of life together in the medium of water. This is up in Marguerite. Here is this mostly a competitive complex, but on the weekends, their busiest spot of water is that smaller one in the foreground that basically caters to your therapy classes, your swim lessons. Another trend we're seeing community colleges doing more with, similar to what Palomar does, is being centers for the community, not just their students. We're starting to see more indoor-outdoor as people become more adverse to being out in the sun. That's been an interesting trend over the last decade or so. Water slide additions, water slide attractions, but not just water slides. We see things like ninja courses, obstacle courses. And if you can't afford the infrastructure for the actual obstacle course itself, you can put an inflatable in the pool. So again, finding ways to monetize that rectilinear body water that's primarily used for competitive purposes. Moving water. Again, Vista forward thinking here, first flow rider in the country, or the world actually, that powers your lazy river, and you're starting to see that again more and more in public sector spaces. It's a great place to play. It's also a great place for recreation. You can swim with the current, walk against the current, swim against the current. Thrill attractions, such as climbing walls, are becoming more popular, although they're pretty expensive, so you don't see them in a lot of municipal public sector projects. Again, something we're seeing more and more, the explosion of man-made surfing destination pools. Again, Vista was the first flow rider in the country. You see a lot of these similar attractions now, not only at municipalities, but cruise ships, and they're even trying to talk about creating inland surfing at a college to have like Oklahoma have a surfing team, which would be pretty cool to see. Interactive structures, large climb-on structures. When the Wave second generation of your splash pad had a large interactive splash pad structure. Staffing and things are considerations when you're talking about these because you do need a lot more staff. Also, it's fairly common to see parents have to scamper up to the top to save younger children. Water therapy is very popular. As we continue to age as a society, water provides that medium to safely recreate, get your heart rate up, use resistance of water as a means to improve your quality of life. And that's something that the Wave does very well. So talking about your water park specifically, this project is near and dear to our heart. We were the original architects of record on this project when it was created. We talked about a lot of those other things, but one thing I want to highlight here is that your staff's done an amazing job of keeping the water park operational, up and running, with budgets that have been somewhat challenging, to be quite frank. So what we found is that you're going to need to continue to sink money into the water park to keep it operational. This is not a Wave-specific issue. This is endemic of all public parks, but especially aquatic centers. The wear and tear that they get is just more expensive to fix than some other amenities. We could look at a lot of different things. The findings we're presenting was really just first phase. If you read the report in full, you will see some of those larger recommendations for a 10-year, 15-year type outlooks and forecasts. Your locker rooms are one of the things that we hear the most complaints about. And that's not because they're not standard, it's just they're older. These are 20 to 30-year-old facilities. One of the biggest trends we see in locker rooms today is the multi-generational aquatic center, restrooms where a mom can take a younger son, a dad can take a younger daughter, you have companion care, you have transgender provided facilities that are safe, easy, and equitable to use for everyone. The Wave does not currently have that. Your pool decks are in pretty bad shape. One of the recommendations of the report is that all the lower deck areas should be replaced. The number one cause of litigation, not to scare anyone, in aquatic centers is slips and trips and falls. And your decks are to a point where they're going to need attention in the near future. Your pool finishes are also rough. Now, one of the things I have here is the activity pool surface, which was specifically in bad condition, is being redone this winter, so it'll be in great condition for the summer season. But there's signs of oxidation and rebar. The longer these go on and aren't fixed, the worse they get, which can lead to structural failures, which are much more expensive to fix. The water slide complex received a lot of attention over the last few years. The tower was recently rebuilt. A lot of the structures, slide supports have been rebuilt, and some of the pumps have been rebuilt as well. There's still some TLC that will continue to be done on these, and gel coating is probably one of those that's gonna have to happen in the near future. The flow rider itself, being the first, it's also the oldest. And so it takes a lot of work. The pumps were just replaced. It was resurfaced twice in the last 2 years? Once a year, yeah. So every year it requires resurfacing. But they did increase some of the safety aspects of it, and it was part of those renovations. One other item on that is there's an opportunity to add much more user-friendly amenities on the island itself. That's not just shade, but that's more comfortable seating. That could be some different things. So as part of a deck replacement, some attention should be given to that. In summary, the city's, again, done an amazing job. Hats off to staff, or caps off to staff, as I like to use a bad aquatic pun. Unfortunately, we're at a point where we just need a lot of capital investment to make things, to maintain the quality that your citizens expect. One of the things that was done is a company called ETC. They're kind of the survey firm across the country. They toured your facilities, and then they sent out, I think it was 3 different mediums, text messages and some other things, to get feedback from your citizens. I'm not gonna read the small print here. Instead, we're gonna look at pretty pictures because they just show better. 43% of households do not use your water park. However, 57% do, right? So that's a pretty good majority. That's higher than you'll see at like a soccer field, for instance. So again, that's a sign that this park is well loved and well utilized. Less than half of those people say the water park's in good condition. So again, it's well known that we need some help. The most commonly...
Question for you on that survey.
Yes,
how do you extrapolate that 57% to be representative? What percentage of the Vista population do you feel is using the water park, if you extrapolate that?
Can I kick that to you, Mike?
Yeah, of course. So part of this survey was a statistically valid survey. So the full report of the survey is actually in the agenda packet, and it shows the demographics of the survey, and it's actually like well representative of the people that turned in the statistically valid survey. It's like 50% male and female, almost 50% Hispanic and Caucasian, and this was the one that got mailed out to residents, so we knew that was just the sliver of residents, and what we needed to be statistically reliable was to have at least 395 surveys turned in, and we had exceeded that. That way it could still be maintained statistically valid. And in order to ensure that these were the people that actually filled out the survey, they could also fill it out online. They had to enter their address, and then we verified that that address was one of the addresses that was part of the statistically valid survey.
Were you able to extrapolate the number of, the percentage of Vista residents that utilize the park?
Yes, it's exactly the, I forget the exact plus or minus coefficient for how
Because we're looking
valid
at
it is.
percentage of respondents here, not percentage of, are all of the respondents Vista residents?
Yes.
Oh, okay, so
sir.
maybe 57% is the representative number. Yeah, very good. Okay,
Yes,
thank
sir.
you.
Yeah, feel free to interrupt at any point. The most commonly used amenities are your recreation amenities. That's not uncommon. If you look at aquatics facilities across the country, how they're used, the number of visits is usually dominated by your competitive folks who are there 6 times a week, 7 times a week. But in terms of number of families, it skews the other way to people who use the recreational amenities. And that's because less than 8% of the population in general competes in aquatic facilities. So they're your heaviest user group, but they're not your largest user group in terms of percentage of population. The most important things, again, to the community also skew towards that recreation side. So lazy river, water slide, splash pad, but swim lessons starts to creep up here, and that's a life skill. Where we live by the ocean, we have a lot of water. Swimming lessons is the #1 cause of unintentional death in children, the #2 cause in adolescents, and we have the ability to impact that in a positive way, and your staff does a great job of that. Top priorities. So this was a park-wide survey, not just an aquatic survey, but the top priority for investments among your citizens, swimming pools was #4, splash pads was down below that, I believe, in #9. Again, very high priority items when you look at the overall use, especially considering that only a small percentage of a population uses aquatics competitively. That 57% we looked at uses your facility, they skewed very heavily towards wanting the public money to be spent into aquatics. You can also see that when you talk about specific programs, water fitness, lap swimming now jumps to the top of the 2 aquatics items. Swim lessons is still right there, both in that high priority range. Another thing that was done, excuse me, another thing that was done to look at the overall economic impact and how the wave is used is Placer AI. I'm not gonna spend much time explaining it other than Big Brother tracks you everywhere you go. You agree, you opt in with the iPhone to allow them to do that, and then that data can be used for a variety of purposes. Interesting, if you look at this, the Wave Water Park, like all aquatic facilities, was devastated during COVID, right? We couldn't use public amenities in general, and it took people a while to get comfortable enough to go back. The Wave certainly is trending up, and I think, Angela, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you think this summer will be back to pre-pandemic levels?
I agree. Every summer we're seeing our attendance increase, we're seeing our swim lessons increase, our camp attendance increase. So we're just seeing the increased numbers to going back to those 2019 numbers.
Excuse me. The reason that we included these slides and specifically looked at them is because the Wave Water Park's a community asset, but it also generates revenue for so many other things, right? Gas stations, restaurants, people go shopping before or after. And so you can see that the money and time outside the park, and this is really hard to read, but 34% of people come from home to go, so only a third of people come from home to go directly to the Wave. Lots of them come from dining, from leisure, from shopping, from work, right? It's a destination. And then afterwards, about 44% goes home. Now, that's just logical. A lot of people want to shower, change in their own house versus change at the water park. But then 12% go, again, to dining. Almost 6% go to shops and services, shopping centers, leisure. So again, your water park is a catalyst for overall economic development within Vista. 37% of all users to the water park are Vista residents. So they came from your area codes. 27% was next closest in Oceanside, and then from there it's kind of you can see on the blue areas, it's little maps of where people actually came from. So this water park is not only utilized by Vista, but is dominated by your Vista residents. The Wave's most heavily attended times are consistent with other public water parks, and as you can see, that basically increases throughout the day. You get the competitive swimmers that come in the morning, and then it really gets around that midday times, dominated, of course, summer season, where you get your most users right after work into the early evening. With that, I'm going to turn it back over to, one more slide. I'm sorry, I forgot about this one. The 3 things that are being done at the water park this off-season were very much needed. Resurfacing the activity pool that we talked about, the lazy river and the flow rider. repairing leaks in your restrooms, and those weren't like toilets leaking on the floor, those were in the walls, which can of course lead to more serious issues, and then replacing those flow rider pumps so that that amenity can be opened all summer long, which will be the first time in a few years it's been able to do that. Ultimately, your phase 1 projects that our recommendation is out of this come to about $3.4 million. That includes upgrading your mechanical and chemical systems. I think we're all aware of the issue that happened a few weeks ago at a water polo tournament. That is totally preventable with modern mechanical systems. You have a 1994 chemical controller in your mechanical room right now. That's about 6 generations old. Resurfacing the lap pool, replacing that lowered pool deck completely is basically, and then all the soft costs. So that is a full total project cost number. That's not just a construction cost number. And with that, back to Micah.
Thank you, Justin. Okay, just back to the agenda here at hand. So the 3 options we've had in the report here.
The 2 options.
Okay.
Skip number 2.
All right. Options are here in front of you. And then just to kind of reiterate, the staff, the fiscal impact is also in the agenda report, just to show what the fiscal subsidy has been the past few years. And then as Justin had said as well, there's 3.4 for the current upgrades that we have. And with that, staff is available for questions.
Okay, we have 16 speakers on this item. Does anybody, I just want to say option 2 for me is off the table. Maybe council would like to clarify that to get some concerns out of the way. If you want to be recognized just for a quick moment to give folks an idea, we got 45 minutes of comments, and if you're interested, would you like to do that? Just give a quick thought of what's not on the table. Dan, you want to go first?
Yeah, just to be clear, I'm just going to echo the sentiments of the mayor. I've seen all the social media posts and some of the news articles about the potential for apartments being built. I don't think that there is any desire or appetite for anybody on this dais to shut down the Wave Water Park and put in apartments. So I just want to be clear on my position on that. What I'd like to do is have a larger discussion tonight about options 1 and 3, which ones are most feasible, not just financially, but for community involvement as well. So that's where I'm at it.
Appreciate that. Anybody else want to be, Councilmember Contreras?
Yeah, I'll just say that the only option on the table for me is housed in option 1.
Okay.
And that is improve, restore the Wave Water Park with a phased approach.
Very good. Anybody else before we hear from our Councilmember Fox?
Yeah, I'd like to echo that. I think anything that takes those pools out from our schools and usage as a ex-water polo player myself is off the table.
Deputy Mayor
I'll
Melendez.
just assure the public that my priority is to maintain public ownership of this facility. Thank you.
Okay, with that, you've got the opportunity. You don't have to come and speak when your name is called, but you have the opportunity and the right to speak for 3 minutes. If you like, you don't have to speak for 3 minutes. We've got about 45 minutes if everybody takes their 3. So we'll go ahead and get started with Dave Spence. If you would, when you hear your name, please come up and stand against the rail. If Miles Romney would also come up and be ready to speak, we'd appreciate that, followed by Mike Markov. Dave, go ahead. You've got 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Hope you guys are doing well tonight. I, for one, am relieved to hear what you guys just said. And so everything I had to say, I'm going to just throw that one out. But I will say this. I do like the idea of looking into how can we improve the Wave Water Park. How much are the slides being used in comparison to how much would a 50-meter pool be used instead of slides? The oldest flow rider in the world, I learned tonight. I love the sound of a 50-meter pool over the sound of a really old flow rider. But I'm sure there's a lot we can do. There's a limited amount of acreage there. I think a 50-meter pool sucks up all the acreage. but I think it would be a good use of the acreage. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Miles Romney, followed by Mike Markov, followed by Anna Potratz.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. My name is Miles Romney, and I'm a freshman at Vista High School. I am honored to be here tonight, not just as a student, but as an athlete who is deeply invested in the future of our city's aquatic programs. I have maintained a 4.0 GPA while dedicating my time to playing water polo for Vista High and the Vista's North San Diego Stars club team. This spring, I was looking forward to competing on Vista High's swim team. However, the future of these programs is uncertain, and that is why I'm here today. The Wave has been an essential facility for our community, especially for our student athletes. Without this facility, many of us would lose the opportunity to participate in the sports we love, simply because our schools cannot afford to rent pool space. If the Wave is sold to a private company with no connection to Vista, there is no guarantee that we will continue to have access to the pool. For many of us, aquatic sports are more than just extracurricular activities. They are our passion, our future, and for some, a pathway to college scholarships. I'm strongly encouraging the city council members to replace the slides and the flow rider with a new 50-meter pool, similar to what Oceanside's El Corazon and Carlsbad's Alga Norte Aquatic Center have. This would create an aquatic center that benefits not only Vista High School, but also the entire community. Selling the Wave to a private company would put our school and club teams at risk. Without an affordable, reliable place to practice, aquatic sports at Vista High could disappear. That would be a tremendous loss for our athletes, our schools, and our city. Please, let's keep the Wave a community asset, one that continues to support generations of student athletes just like me. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Now, pleased to welcome Vista Unified School District Trustee Mike Markov.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. First of all, I'd like to say that I'm deeply encouraged by your comments earlier, so thank you for that. Just briefly, I would just like to say that the Wave is a gem in Vista, and that whole area. You got the shops right there, you have the theater, you have the river walk. It's gorgeous. There are many members of your community that use this facility and that area. There was a lady that I met last year who went out of her way to tell me about the importance of Vista Aquatics. And she said, Mike, do you realize that there are kids that have been born and raised in Vista that have never been to the beach? And it really I stopped and looked at her, and she said, there's families that are, fairly poor, and they have to budget the fuel in their cars about where they can drive. They can drive the parents to work, or they drive the kid to school, or they go to the grocery store. But a trip to the coast is a luxury. And so, large bodies of water like we have in our pools is obviously where a lot of our youth in Vista can learn some water safety and learn how to swim. And as pointed out earlier, is a life skill. And anyhow, that's I would encourage you also that you guys know your constituents and your community the best. And I don't think there's anybody else as a private operator that would care for them like you do. And so that's why I just would like to encourage you to consider keeping this under your own management and control. Thank you for your time. Have a good night.
Thank you very much. Anna Potratz, followed by Crystal De Leal, followed by former Mayor Judy Ritter.
Hi, Council. I'm here to speak about the Wave from the perspective of a former employee. I worked at the Wave for multiple years throughout high school and college, and I'm here to say that I don't think option 3 is a good option for your community, especially the members of your community who work at that park. 3 out of the 4 managers who currently work at the Wave started their journey in aquatics at that park. And the amount of love and dedication to mentorship that they pour into that park every single day is unlike something I've seen in any other job that I've had. So selling it off to a private owner, you won't be able to guarantee the hours they pour into employee events, into mentoring kids who don't believe they can be lifeguards into becoming lifeguards. That's something that a hire and fire company won't care about. So I just want to encourage you to focus on option 1 for that reason alone. It teaches kids confidence. It teaches kids how to challenge themselves in ways that they've never thought they could do. I can speak to that personally. My first night of lifeguard training, I didn't think I was going to be able to do it. I thought, that's that for the job. I'll go work at Chipotle. But I didn't end up doing that because the people on the leadership team there truly believe in the potential of Vista's kids, and it benefits them in the long run. I've gotten job opportunities I never would have gotten if I wasn't given a chance at the WAVE. So I don't think you should pass the buck to somebody else just because it's getting a little expensive. Thank you.
Next is Crystal DeLiao, and then Judy Ritter, and then Jacob Bell.
Hi, my name is Crystal DeLu, and I've worked for Vista Unified School District since 2015. I'm currently an 8th grade education specialist at Roosevelt Middle School, and previously I also taught at Vista High School. Our family moved to the Vista area in 2014, and water polo was the first activity that connected our family to the city of Vista and the families of Vista. Water polo and swimming aren't just recreational activities. They're also definitely pathways to college scholarships for a lot of students in our area. My daughter's water polo team at Vista High won their Division I championship, and she and 6 of her teammates got athletic scholarships to different colleges. Some of the colleges that some of our students have attended through water polo are California Baptist, Sonoma State, Cal State Northridge, San Jose State, UC San Diego, Long Beach State, and UCLA, just to name a few of them. My son is currently a water polo goalie at a D1 college right now, and thanks to the time that he spent practicing and playing at the WAVE since he was 10 years old, thanks to all the coaches that are here right now that helped him in that journey. I too am against option 3. As someone who works at a school, I know what happens when you don't have that opportunity to be in charge of what's important to your students. And I really believe that if we lose the WAVE, our student athletes are going to be going to other cities to go to school. And with the declining enrollment, I mean, to honestly think about what that looks like, because I've known families that actually moved to Vista to play water polo at Vista High School. And the idea of us having the opportunity to possibly lose students to other cities, that would be devastating for us. Not only they have the possibility to, earn scholarships that can change their future. When we have access to the WAVE, the athletes have a safe and structured environment to train year-round, compete at a higher level, and represent Vista with pride. It's pretty awesome to see Vista High School on all of those college D1 NCAA websites, I have to say. Beyond scholarships, aquatics teaches students also discipline, teamwork, and perseverance, skills that obviously are benefit them for life. Investing in the WAVE means investing in our youth, our schools, and our community. I urge you to save the WAVE and give our students the same opportunities that so many other San Diego County schools themselves have. We depend on you, our city, to give us the pool that our students need. I also would agree to the 50-meter pool. We need more water. We don't have enough time. If Mission Vista gets a swim team, there's not enough time in the pools for our students and all of the other things that are going on at the WAVE. So I appreciate you listening. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mayor Judy Ritter, welcome back to the council chambers. Good to see you.
To be here. The first time I've been back in 2 years, and I forgot how interesting your meetings are. Anyway, I won't go into everything. But you made a good presentation for all but I support option 1. I supported it for 24 years when I was on the council. I don't support option 3, but it's for the kids in our city, and a lot of them can't afford to go to the other cities to learn to swim and to just to get cool on a hot day. And so I please stick with option 1. I was glad to hear all of you say that, and I'm going to hold you to it. So thank you so much.
Okay, Jacob Bell, followed by Kyle Smethwist. I know I've gotten that terribly wrong. I apologize. Mr. Bell.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Thank you for hearing this and providing this information. Parent with 2 young kids, fully support option 1. Just for the record, my 8-year-old says he supports whatever gets him the Ninja water course. So I'm sure that'll work that right in the budget sometime soon. I actually just wanted to stop in and say thank you to you, but also to the city staff. It's been a couple years since I've been in here. I have young kids. It's an excuse, but it is what it is. But we have made such good use of the parks and the improvements that have been made. And so I bring that up to say we trust you. And we trust John, and we trust the Parks team and the really hardworking city staff that puts a lot of work into evaluating every single option. And so I know that when we see different options up here, it's because we have to explore everything out there. But I do trust that the city council and that the actual city employees in Vista really put time and effort into trying to make these good decisions, because many of them live and work here or in the area too, and they understand it. So fully support option 1. Happy to help and support any way I can, but thank you.
Thank you very much. Kyle, you'll have to tell me how to say your last name. Smethwist.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Kyle Smethurst.
Smethers.
Yes. I'm a teacher at Vita Middle School, as well as a coach for North San Diego Stars and Vista High School water polo. Similar to what other people said, I was very encouraged by your comments tonight on your opinions on what to do with these options. I will speak from my perspective from teaching at the middle school. At Vita, I teach roughly 200 kids swimming each year. And I think it amazes me every year and surprises me how few kids come into middle school with any sort of swimming experience. I have a lot of students who learn from scratch, cannot swim at all when they show up. And I think that's partially because we have half to a third as much water as each of our neighboring North County cities. If you look at San Marcos, Oceanside, Carlsbad, they each have 2 to 3 or more public pools available to them, whereas we have just the wave. And I think looking at option 1, an expansion of swimming opportunities at the wave, making it more accessible year-round to the community, not just during the summer, like some of our neighboring cities do with their public pools, and having it available for swim lessons, for open swim, for adults, for recreational swim at an affordable price for kids during the summer are important opportunities that are being missed right now in the city of Vista and could be taken advantage of. So I think an expansion of traditional lap swim at the wave or traditional pool space would serve the community best. Thank you.
Thank you. Nathan Sleeper, followed by Michael Sather, followed by Eric Carnahan. Nathan Sleeper and Michael Sather.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. My name is Nathan Sleeper. I have been a part of the RBV Aquatic Foundation for over 4 years, and I've been playing club water polo for 5 years now. And I just want to say really quickly, I am very happy to hear we're not getting rid of the wave. I have a big amount of relief for that. For what option I support, it's probably 1 at most. I feel like the best option we have for renovating the wave is making the pool longer. To give you a specific idea as to why that is so important, it is because the pool currently does not meet CIF conditions for tournaments as well as CIF games in general. So if we were to expand the size and the length of the pool, we would be able to hold more events as well as more organizations, foundations, and clubs. Currently, I am at Oceanside Club, and I have to drive 23 minutes away to go to that club. So if we were to expand the pool, we would be able to open it up to more clubs within Vista and would give more opportunities not only to me, but the other families in our community towards being able to access that better. Then also... yeah, I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Sather, followed by Eric Carnahan, followed by Blake Dorsey.
Thank you, Mayor Franklin. My name is Michael Sather. resident homeowner here in Vista. I've also worked in the city of Vista for the last 25 years. And wanted to just thank you guys for addressing the Wave Water Park in general. I know when I took the Vista Leadership Academy class a few years back, I was actually really surprised that the Wave was operated at a loss every year. And I just thought about it and I was like, wow, that's such a cool thing for the city to do, to be able to offer that to the community. I personally grew up playing water polo and swimming in Mission Viejo, California, which is a very big aquatic community. We have four large rec centers there, I believe. There's never a lack of pools. And I understand in Vista, that's the only pool basically for the high school teams to practice at. So I would fully support, expanding the facilities to have more pool space. Obviously, the high school and age group clubs come first, but I'm also a water polo player with a club team. I travel to San Diego, Solana Beach, and Carlsbad every week to play club water polo. So it'd be great if the facility was expanded to accommodate more clubs, more master swim programs, more importantly, swim lessons for kids, make everybody water safe. I also am a aqua aerobics student. I go to Alga Norte to take aqua aerobics classes. Full disclosure, my wife's the teacher. But I've seen classes over there. They started a Saturday program where they'll get 50 or 60 people in a class. And these are people that a lot of them are in their 60s, 70s, even 80 years old. This is the only fitness activity that they have because it's a lot easier to do that in the water. Keeps these people really fit and in shape. And I've seen it really transform people's lives. I would love to see the Wave repurposed to, really include everybody in the community, expand, the size of the pool or even add a second pool to be able to accommodate more programs for, everybody that lives here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Eric Carnahan, followed by Blake Dorsey, followed by Hayden Vasile.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Appreciate you giving us this much time to speak on this subject. Obviously, you can see it's very near and dear to our hearts here in Vista, and there's a specific reason for that. Obviously, Dave Spence has been at this for 26 years, and I've been at it since I was about 14 years old, so I'm about 20 years in when it comes to aquatics and Vista Aquatics. Through my tenure of water polo, which has been my sport, I've been able to play in the NCAA and professionally all over the world, and even with Team USA coming out of Vista High School and out of North San Diego Stars. And I share that because obviously I've come back to the city to give back and bring my wealth of knowledge that I have to these kids and to this aquatics program. I can also say with the brand and name that I've built within the water polo community and all of USA Water Polo, that there is no other aquatic program in the country that has been able to accomplish what Vista High School and North San Diego Stars has accomplished with how little water they have. It doesn't exist. So with that in mind, the idea of expanding to 50 meters of water and what could be accomplished with what the aquatic program has already done here in Vista with that much more water is pretty mind-boggling. And I think it would be foolish to not potentially have this opportunity in front of us to be able to do that. And to be totally frank, no mayor or city manager or city attorney or council member has been able to pull that off, right? And we could, make that a stamp with this group right here that I think would be massively impactful. Oceanside has one. Carlsbad has one. I'd love to see one here. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Blake Dorsey, followed by Hayden Vasile, followed by Suzette Loy.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Blake Dorse. I'm a former graduate of Vista High School, former water polo player, also a former beach lifeguard. I currently have 2 sons that play water polo here, and one is also a beach lifeguard. I bring that to your attention because I've had some personal success, large part due to the Wave Water Park and my access to it. I also want to highlight and reiterate what Eric said, that the success that the Vista High School program has had in water polo is unheard of. They've risen to the top levels of CIF. They're in the open division. They compete against wealthy schools, private schools with with capital that this community just doesn't have. So it's extremely impressive that the coaching staff and has been able to do that with the complex that you have. I just want to point out, of the three options, you've given us a lot of confidence that you're not going to go with two, but I think that the number one option is not only just what it's titled, but if you look at the ranking, to me, that is the number one option. The reason for that is just I have concerns over the cost of aquatic safety programs and also aquatic sports programs. If you were going to go with option three, I would just encourage that you get a contractual commitment with whoever you lease it to make sure that swim lessons are affordable, aquatics programs are affordable, if you decide to go that route. Additionally, I'd like to reiterate what others have said as far as the footprint. There's obviously a very small amount of that footprint is just a pool. That's used year-round by multiple groups. The slides, the flow rider, that's only used for a very small fraction of the year. So if you were able to look at the footprint and put multiple competition pools in there, they can also be used for recreation. They can draw in crowds. You can host multiple events at one time. You don't impact lap swim with competitions. As a water polo parent, I've been all over Southern California. I've been at a lot of pools, and we never, ever, ever go to a pool with a slide and a flow rider. You can bring competitions here to Vista that will increase your transient occupancy, that will increase visitation to restaurants, gas stations, so on and so forth. So it'll get heads in the beds if you have more of a competition-friendly environment. So I would encourage you to do that. I think it's a good economic choice for you, and it's going to be a year-round use rather than a just part of the year use. Thank you.
Hayden Vasile, followed by Suzette Loy, followed by Kaj Bergen.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Hayden Vasile. I am 18 years old and an 8-year water polo athlete through the NSD Stars Club, the Vista High, and I am now a coach for the 10 and under group for the North San Diego Club Group. I have spent countless hours in the pool training, competing, and building a strong connection to the aquatic community in Vista. The Wave Water Park has played a key role in fostering that same love for the water polo in so many of our city's youth. Like my teammate Miles said before me, our Vista High School only gets $1,000 in funding a year from the district, forcing us to have our own booster club raise all of our other funds. Renting out a public pool every day for practice is not much of an option for us considering how limited our budget is. I am against option 3. Leasing the property may have us lose some of our time with high schools and clubs. I would like to bring to attention the fact that the Wave was built in 1994 to bring a pool to Vista for the high schools to be able to play in a deep enough area they aren't bouncing off the bottom every practice like at Vista Magnet Middle School where the Vista team used to practice. Beyond safety, the Wave is a place where friendships are made, families bond, and young athletes like myself are inspired to pursue aquatic sports. Without accessible places to swim, the pipeline to our local high school and club water polo teams will shrink. They should be investing in facilities that encourage active lifestyles and community and engagement. I believe that this is a great opportunity to turn it into something even greater, such as an aquatic center similar to the William A. Wagner. Vista does not have a legal-sized pool to be able to host league and CIF games. As a competitive water polo player, I know firsthand how frustrating it is to have to travel outside of our city for home games. By converting the Wave into a true aquatic center, we would give Vista High and Rancho Buena Vista athletes a proper facility to train and compete in, benefiting not just high school teams, but also clubs, community members, and future generations of athletes. Other cities have successfully revitalized public water parks through creative funding solutions, and Vista can do the same. With the right investment, the Wave can once again be a thriving, self-sustaining attraction that serves residents of all ages. I believe that if we work together to restore the Wave and ensure it remains a place for Vista families to enjoy through years to come. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is Suzette Loy here? I don't see Suzette. Suzette Loy? Okay, moving on to, I think it's Kaj Bergen, followed by Colin Beld.
Hello, my name is Kai Bergen. I've been a part of the RBV Aquatics Foundation for 4 years, doing both swim and water polo. The Wave, as has been for many years, is integral to both high school teams as well as older masters teams and young and upcoming clubs. We all rely on the Wave to host games, practices, and tournaments. It's pertinent that we maintain access to the Wave if it were to be sold to a private owner. There is no guarantee that high schools will be able to maintain access to pool times, and all the Aquatics Foundations would not be able to sustain renting pool times at other facilities. Option one is, it's important we go with option one, as that would ensure the future of these programs, and it would ensure that athletes are able to continue with their sports, maintain scholarships, as clubs are not able to go on school records, and it would be much harder to get a scholarship for colleges, and clubs cost money, so high school programs are very important to especially lower income families. Thank you.
Thank you. Colin Beld, followed by Rachel Beld, followed by Angela Livingston.
Hi, my name is Colin Beld, and I'm in 5th grade. And I think that not many people have been talking about how it impacts the kids not in high school or middle school that go there for summer camp. And if we were to lease it to someone else, then summer camp would be less affordable, and there wouldn't be as many spots for kids to go. And I support option one to improve the Wave Water Park by repairing it. And that's all.
Thank you. Great job. Rachel Beld, followed by Angela Livingston, followed by Carrie Thomas.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I actually came just to bring my son, but as I was listening to everyone speak, I realized I had to throw my 2 cents in, as you know, me. And so I just wanted to point out a couple of things that haven't really been mentioned. First of all, I want to say, hearing from all of the students and the student athletes is really impressive, and I'm super proud of our youth in this community for standing up and advocating for things that are important to them. But I want to point out that it sounds like most people are actually talking about option two, which is removing things and adding a new pool. And that's really option two. That's not option one. Repurposing the Wave Water Park means changing the amenities. And so it sounds like that's actually what people are saying this evening to my listening ears. But I wanted to, which is okay. I'm not saying that's good or bad. I just want to point out that the Wave is a public entity and that the taxpayers of Vista help support the subsidy that goes into the Wave. And so I'd like to hear the council also talk about the way that we can make the Wave more accessible to folks who aren't athletes and who aren't using it for water polo, people who use it for swim lessons. We had our trustees speak that many people can't drive to the beach. I doubt those same families can afford the ticket price to the Wave Water Park. I think it's important to think about if we continue with the Wave in whatever capacity, that there be a different price differential for residents and non-residents. If a significant portion of people are coming from outside our community to use the Wave, maybe they should pay a little bit more so that our residents can afford it at a lower price. Those are just a few things that I thought of while I was listening to everyone else this evening. Thank you for your time.
Rachel, that's such a good idea that we enacted it a couple of years ago. We do have a reduced price for Vista residents at the Wave.
I've never paid the lower price, so I need to find out about that.
Okay, we'll make sure you get the information. Angela Livingston, followed by Carrie Thomas, followed by Tarina Peterson.
Hi. Thank you for allowing an option for...
Just speak right into the microphone so we can hear you.
Thank you for allowing an option for last-minute add-ons. I am myself a master's swimmer. I grew up in Carlsbad, where I had access to being able to walk to my high school pool and locally drive to my master's club team after that. I now currently swim at Alga Norte, so I very much appreciate the remodel. Thank you. And I'm also a parent of one of the athletes who was recently injured in the chemical burn accident at the Wave last month. And some of those students are actually afraid to return to the water given the current safety issues and that the facilities have not yet been updated and don't feel that that condition was appropriately addressed as of yet. But for now, I support not just replacing what we have, but considering perhaps expanding to a second pool, or the current pool taking up larger space, perhaps even taking over the water slides, so that we can have year-round revenue to support the very competitive water time in our city, where multiple swim teams and multiple water polo teams compete for water polo time. We're losing revenue to other cities like Oceanside, who are taking local sport teams, and we're not able to support our club teams and high school teams to do the support, the competitive games and meets that they need to do given the current facilities. I would support, with an expanded pool, more income potential for holding a master's club team where they swim regularly every day. We swim at 6 a.m., 12 a.m. That's twice a day that you could have revenue coming in. As well as if there was more water, more club teams would feel free that they have availability to develop. We understand as a small community of water people that there are just limited facilities. So if you wanted to have another water polo team or another swim team, you're gonna have to go further and further out to find that time. I'm also a neurocognitive therapist, and I would greatly support anything that improves our athletes' ability to access water at a time that doesn't disrupt their sleep hygiene. Ending a school sport or a competitive sport that ends at 9:30 and doesn't get our athletes home till 10 is just not how we should be supporting our athletes' sleep at present. And yeah, I think I said a better pool facility would support year-round income, because I think I understand that the Wave currently operates at about $1 million a year loss. Is that accurate? So I think as a community, if the facility was more attractive, we could work.
Thank you. Carrie Thomas, followed by Tarina Peterson, followed by James Major.
Hi, my name is Carrie Thomas. My son goes to RBV water polo, but I'm also representing the city side as a consumer whose kids had birthday parties there. I agree that we do need to have bigger facilities for competitive aquatics, but I also like the slides and the flow rider and the lazy river. That's actually my favorite part. And I think it's a big attractor to the Wave, and I think it's a special part that other cities don't have. They have just a bunch of pools, maybe some like fountains or whatever, but we have slides and we have a lazy river and a flow rider, the oldest flow rider, and that's special. So if we can get like a bigger pool in there somewhere, maybe reconfigure the parking spaces or whatever, I think that would probably benefit everyone. I do support option one. But it kind of made me a little excited to think that if an amusement park facility like the Belmont Park people were, I think someone was saying that, that they could maybe like get better food to be offered, maybe some more stuff to attract more people to get more income in there. I think that would be kind of exciting. So if the city of Vista could do that without having to sell it to someone else or have someone else operate it, that would be even better. So yeah, that's my input.
Thank you very much. Tarina Peterson, followed by James Major, and then we'll go to Zoom with Ross Maniaci.
Hello, my name's Tarina Peterson. I'm not associated with any organization, and I had no idea how big water polo was until tonight in Vista. That's been super interesting to learn. I'm mainly here because I spend a lot of time in the summer at the water park with my 6-year-old, with her cousins, with that kind of younger age group, and I'll admit, we enjoy the bigger pool, but the bulk of our time is spent in the lazy river, on the slides, in the flow rider. Those are the things that have really attracted us to the wave and have kept us coming back, because it's not just swimming laps, which important, but like the fun of it for that age group. And I will admit, like, if those things went away, I don't know that we would also be coming back as much with those younger kids, because that's really what keeps them engaged. So as much as I would like to see, like, you know, the athletics teams be accommodated so that they can continue improving, I would also like to have like those younger kids in mind that just want to go there and have fun. Because like for us, those things are a lot of fun. So thank you.
Thank you. James Major.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. My name is James Major, and I support option 1. Like previous commenters, I think that the City of Vista will look out for athletes in our community the way no private company could. I wholeheartedly support a 50-meter pool, which would create great opportunities for the young people of this area to learn to swim, to become water safe, and to build stamina and perseverance. Thank you for your time.
Good job, James. Okay, now we'll go to our last commenter, Ross Maniaci on Zoom. Ross, are you? All right, go ahead.
Yes, just trying to say thank you very much. Thank you to the mayor, thank you to the deputy mayor. And I just wanted to come out because I wanted to see how the flow rider and also the larger pool can coexist. One of the biggest things for me is that the flow rider, yes, it may be one of the older ones, but it is really unique. I mean, it is I really like the whole thing. You slide down and bodyboard, and feeds into Lazy River. I just feel it's a really unique feature, along with the slides are also really cool to have that in a water park, in a municipal water park as well, and I appreciate that as well. One thing to know is that, I mean, ever since the flow rider Mission Bay closed, I think it's the only one in town. So I definitely do want to. I think that I just want to speak up for flowboarding, because it's really been it's great for everyone. It's not just for me. It's for kids. It's great for lessons. Lazy River is always packed. I just think that those features should be preserved and maintained as well. I mean, I believe that there should be room for a larger pool, and I believe that they should be able to coexist. So that's what I say. I mean, I wasn't even worried about option 2 or 3, so I'm happy to know that option 1 is the way to go.
Okay, thank you very much. That's our last public commenter. We will now close the opportunity for public comment on this item. I want to start, before we get into the options in front of us, by addressing the issue with well, first I want to say, actually, the very first thing I want to say is the City Council recently approved more than $350,000 to rehabilitate the plaster work of the Lazy River. I was at the Wave today. They were draining the Lazy River so that they could begin that work. That work will begin imminently, and by the time the Wave opens for next year, we'll have a brand new surface with the Lazy River. Of course, we're also resurfacing the flow rider every year, right? So we'll have a brand new pool surface for the flow rider. I didn't realize it was the original flow rider. That's pretty cool. I think that's a marketing bonus right there. The thing I wanted to start with really was the chlorinator incident. I know for me, one of the things that's most important is to know, do we have an estimate for what it would cost to install the state-of-the-art chlorinator system that would ensure chlorine safety, and how quickly can we address that single item before we get into the bigger discussion about the future of the park?
Yes, sir. We haven't done a specific estimate. I can tell you, though, ROMs, so plus or minus 25%. A new chemical controller, cutting-edge chemical controllers, you probably want one for each body of water, and they're about $20,000. So if you're going to get 2, one for the Lazy River area, one for your main pool, I'd say $40,000. So installed, probably $60,000 to $80,000. Total project cost, because you would a few other components, would be $100,000 to $120,000. My guess at this point.
And is there sufficient time to do that before opening day?
Yes, sir. None of those have long lead times. I believe we're about 2 to 3 weeks on new chemical controllers. The difficulty would be going through a public process to have those advertised, bid, and then the work done.
If we did them as separate projects, do we have to bid them? Or can we declare a safety? We can declare a safety condition there and just do it, right?
Yeah, we can look at whether we can sole source it. We have potentially some options to do that.
Yeah, it sounds like we have a public safety imperative if the law allows us to do that. I would like the council to give direction to staff tonight to purchase new chlorinators to ensure that we don't have a chlorine. If our last chlorine machine was from 1994, and I'm very troubled that it didn't have the capacity. Do the new chlorine machines, the new chlorinators, do they have the capacity to send somebody a text message
Yes,
if
sir.
the chlorine is off?
I heard some chuckles, but it's a great point. You do.
Yeah.
I
I mean, my security alarm texts me
they're
if somebody breaks into the house. I mean,
Ethernet connected.
I think
They
we
can
have the
send
technology.
Text messages, emails, alerts
Good.
To a variety of ways. You can even remote control them. I don't recommend that. You've got good operators, trust your operators, but someone else could get that message, call an operator, and have it quickly
Good.
addressed.
Well, hopefully that'll be an easy one for us to get done and get done as soon as humanly possible. Thank you for that. Okay, I just want to say we do have a community partner, owner operator of Belmont Park that has expressed interest in giving us a proposal. We are losing $1 million a year. If you've been there in recent, as I was today, and looked at, the slides badly need to be gel coated. We saw the pictures today, but being there in person really underscores that we need a large capital investment into this park. Not sure yet what kind of capital investment a new operator might bring, but I did have the opportunity to walk the park with the operator, and they had a lot of really great ideas that I was listening to them. I was like, man, that would make the Wave awesome and would bring a lot of families from Vista in to use it, like bringing some local beverage companies, ask us to consider whether or not during some hours we would want to have adult beverages, which I think would probably be a welcome amenity. We have great brewery community here, maybe not during the polo, or maybe. I mean, that's something we can visit with our parents. Not for under 21, mind you. But maybe the parents would like to have a beer while the kids, I don't know. I mean, we can talk about it. Whatever we do, I heard a lot of people tonight talk about selling it. That's not on the table. We are not going to sell the facility, period. End of discussion. It's not going to happen. We're not talking about that. We are not going to sell the facility. A lease would be a contract that we would enter into, and the city would, in my opinion, and for my 1/5 of the council, I would only want to enter into that contract if we had our schedule for our existing youth aquatic sports, and that was part of the contract. Okay, so that there's no change in the ability for our water polo teams or other school activities. We don't want to curtail that. We don't want to have we don't want you back unhappy that you've lost access to the pool. That is not what the concept is about. And for me, I wouldn't enter into any kind of agreement that would limit our school students or the community's access. Rachel Bell, absolutely, completely agree with you. We need to make the Wave accessible to Vista residents. They pay for it. Right now, they're paying $1 million a year. So they need to continue to get first priority. They need to continue to get reduced cost. We need to do everything we can to control increases in cost, while at the same time, the facility is looking really tired, and it really needs the investment. And I'm thinking about if somebody could bring some great food, maybe some entertainment sometime, some new features, some major capital investment, and a business operator that has great experience with marketing amusement parks and could really help. If roughly half of our business is not coming from Vista, there's a great opportunity to increase maybe some of our revenues with the folks that are not living in Vista that want to use it. Also, I'd like to get into, and maybe we have the information tonight, maybe we don't have it tonight, but I'd like to know, there's a certain number of prime days during the year. First of all, I always feel like the Wave closes, I always feel like we open a little late and close a little early. And I know that it has to do with the school schedule, with the concern being having access to personnel. Now, in the other conversations, preliminary conversations with the operator, they're not looking to let our staff go and hire their own people. They would want to work with our existing staff. But again, we don't know exactly what such a proposal would look like unless we invite a proposal of that kind. If we did invite a proposal, it does not mean that we would have to adopt or engage in that proposal. We wouldn't have to. Because somebody offers something, we wouldn't have to adopt it. And Councilmember O'Donnell, I want to make sure I've got you clued into what I'm talking about. No, I know, but I think your leadership on this is going to be super important. The operator believes, and I don't want to repeat numbers because they're almost too good to be true. But the operator feels that they could turn around our significant loss into potentially a profit, which would be amazing. If we could provide the service we're providing to the community now, we could get the capital investment to make the facility a first-class facility. We could protect all the schedule for all the teams that are using it and improve the facility and ensure its long-term viability and its enjoyability by the entire community. I mean, if we could achieve all of those objectives at the same time, it'd be crazy awesome, right? I mean, it'd be really good. I mean, like best of all worlds. So if we did engage in a lease, it would be a contract, and we wouldn't agree to allow them to exclude our students. We wouldn't allow them to, if that was a deal breaker for them, we wouldn't do it, right? Because protecting the school or the wave for the kids that use it now that are Vista students, that's priority number one. Our Vista families are priority number one for the wave. But also, we want to make sure that we can provide a top-tier product. We want it to look clean. We want to be super proud as council members and community members when we go to the wave. We don't want to see, rotting wood on the trellises, rust stains coming down from the slides, pool deck that's disintegrating, a lot of rust. We don't want to see that. We want to see a beautiful facility. So how do we do that? And how do we really step up our game? Councilmember O'Donnell, I know that what you do professionally, you help other businesses succeed, right? It's not, we haven't failed. Our staff's done a phenomenal job and we're grateful to our staff, but maybe folks who have a specialty, kind of like Shark Tank, I don't know if you guys watch Shark Tank, but sometimes, you need a little help from the sharks to take it to the next level. And I think that we could super benefit from having an operator who actually, the operator in question, the owner of Belmont Park, is a longtime Vista community member. They have family that still lives in Vista, very, very integrated into our community. So they're not some like foreign corporation or somebody that's outside of, this is a Vista family that is, a super dedicated member of this community for many, many years and lots of family members here. So they're going to want to do it right. And they wouldn't be the only ones if we created a request for proposal. A request for proposal being an invitation to operators or business people to give us a proposal to operate it. They wouldn't be the only ones making a proposal. Any firm could make a proposal. So we haven't outlined any of the deal points, any of the terms of the agreement. None of this has been even discussed, really. The question is, would we even be open to receive such a proposal? It would not preclude us from eliminating that proposal and going back to what we're doing now, which is continuing to operate it with city staff and having another discussion about where the money comes from. But how cool would it be if we could take it to the next level, really activate it, have, sell it to capacity where families from Vista are enjoying it and they're going, I want to go back, I want to be there every week. That would be awesome. Right now, it's not I want to go every week kind of a place. It could be. We could do some things. So that's what I would like to see. I would just like to receive the proposal, and then we could come back in a future conversation and we could decide between option one and any of the proposals that are made. If we don't like the proposals, if the community doesn't like the proposals, throw them away. But if there's a proposal on the table that protects the pool for the teams, that protects it for the students, and beautifies the facility, makes the facility an even greater gem for the community, and helps turn around some of the financial loss, then that seems like taxpayers and students and everybody wins. So that's where I'm headed. Let me go next to Councilmember Contreras.
Thank you to our staff for putting together, and our consultant for all the work that went into this study. Really thankful for the public. Thank you for coming out today. I hope that if this is your first time here, that it's not your last time, and next time that you come, bring another friend. It's really important for us to have this type of civic participation and engagement. I just have to say absolutely no to a corporate takeover of the wave. No way. I cannot stand for that. What I can stand for is having a world-class facility for our folks here in Vista. I think that there is absolutely no way that we would be able, with a private operator, to have the amount of time that our Vista public needs in that space and for it to pencil out for them, because they're just going to say no. So I'm really realistic about that. What I would like to have a discussion about in the future is the Flow Rider. I understand it's a really well-utilized piece of equipment. It is historic. But I think we have to have a real cost analysis of what that looks like to operate on an annual basis, taking into account the depreciation, taking into account all the fixes, and see how that compares to having a pool that is at the standards that could be used for sports. The fact that we don't have a CIF standard pool. Thank you so much for that comment. That's something I wasn't aware. I played soccer, not water polo, but I always saw the water polo team out there working hard, probably tied with wrestling for the amount of, of hours put into it. But yeah, I would like to see some more information on that. I'm also wanting to understand what the actual footprint of the city-owned property is there. Because when we're talking about creating a larger pool, potentially, I'm just curious if the front part, that parking lot in the front of the wave, if that could potentially even be converted. I mean, if we're looking at a phased approach, maybe that's like phase 5, but maybe we could have some kind of indoor competitive pool there that's also can be heated and whatnot, because we do have an aging population. I don't believe that we have enough recreational opportunities for our youth, for our aging population, everybody in between. Having such a low impact way to exercise is just going to improve quality of life, not just for them, but for everybody around them, right? So I am curious to see if there were a possible expansion. Do we have enough parking already? Because you have that whole strip of parking on the side. I don't know which part the city owns, which part is private, but I really would like the public to have more information about that, because then we can be, really informed about the conversation of, okay, we're going to improve and restore the Wave Water Park and also add amenities to it that are going to be beneficial to generations, right, of Vistans and people around us. So I'm really curious about that. Mike, can you go over the hours of operation and when the wave is actually open? This has been just like a point of contention for me for a long time.
Yeah, we anticipated this question. Angela and I kind of talked about it, and I'd like her to just make sure I don't mess any of these hours up. So we can talk a little about that.
So we open Memorial Weekend, started at weekends only when Vista Unified gets out, which is usually about the first week of June. The next week after that is our first full week of operation. Then we'll operate the 9 weeks that the Vista Unified schools are out for summer. And then once the schools are back in session, we're weekends only through the end of September. Monday through Friday, we operate 10 to 4. Every other Friday, we have a Friday night option where we're open 4 to 8. It's a discounted price because of the shorter hours. And then Saturdays and Sundays, Saturdays 10 to 5 and Sundays 11 to 5. And then during the week, we have programming before opening and after closing, swim lessons, and then the club team does use it at night in the summertime also.
I don't know how you remembered that. I have to ask it all the time because to me it's crazy that it's not a simpler answer of that it's open all the time. You know, I mean, obviously not 24/7, right? But I mean, we are in a city, literally our tagline is being the climactic wonderland, and here we have a water park that is closed most of the time. I think we absolutely have to look at increasing the accessibility to the wave in a myriad of ways. Through price point, we need to ensure that people can afford to go there, right? We need to ensure that it's open more frequently than it currently is. In order to do that, I really think that we have to look at our labor. We need to pay competitive wages. These positions at the Wave, they attract really responsible, incredible people in our community. And we do not, here in the city of Vista, have enough employment for our youth and young adults. So I really think that this is an opportunity for us to take a more holistic look at the Wave as a community feature and as a way to increase the economic viability of our youth and young adults, right? This is a cost of living crisis that everybody is going through. So I want to make sure that we're providing really good competitive wages, that we look and say, hey, you know, we're at the Wave for 3 seasons. We want you to come back, and we want to pay you a bonus because we don't even have to train you, right, to this. You don't have to get onboarded all over again. Like, you just get brushed up on what you know, right? Make sure you have all your certifications, right? But I think that this is it's so much more integrated into the community than this discussion is lending for. And so I would love to have, it's not going to be good practice for the council just to say, you know, trade horses up here and say, hey, I promised this and I promised that and we're going to do this and that. No, this is such a huge priority for our residents that we need to ensure that we have community workshops moving forward. Because I know that 3 minutes to us, you know, sometimes it's a lot, right? We're hearing a lot of people come up, but it's not that enough time for you. The 3 minutes is not enough time for you to convey how you feel, your ideas, right? Your expertise that you may be able to lend, but a workshop does allow for that, and it allows a more even playing field where you're not just like talking to a wall of people. We can actually be on the same level and we can have those really important community conversations. Yeah, and you know, for me, obviously the slides, like how can we keep those going? Is there a way to, you know, build that out and make it even more fun, right? When it comes to adult beverages, I have like 2 feelings for it. One of them is, you know, like maybe it's a certain hour, like after a certain amount, it's like Wave at night and there's, you know, fun time for 21 and over. But at the same time, I know that it might end up causing more calls for service, which ends up costing the taxpayers more. So I really would have to see a cost-benefit analysis on that. And outside of the comments that I made, I know that the Wave provides really important life lessons for our youth, our young adults, our seniors, and families, and everybody here in Vista. And I definitely want to see more people access it. And I just don't think that that's going to happen. I think we have to be really honest and say that that's not going to happen if there's a private operator. So those are my comments. I don't know if you're looking for a motion. I'll go ahead and hear from the rest of my council.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
Yeah, so I think we probably got 100 or 150 emails in the last 2 or 3 days from the public. So I just want to say this very genuinely. Thank you for the outpouring of comments. Thank you for showing up tonight. I mean, I heard from students, teachers, coaches, just residents in general, families that grew up here. It's important that community feedback is shared. This has been a very tough discussion or thing to work on, so it's good to hear the input and feedback from the community. I do have concerns with option 3, and the first is the cost that it would be implemented to the residents, regardless of whatever tiered system we might put in, because if you have a private operator going to spend 4 or 5, probably more than $4 million, because they're going to want to upgrade it to a higher level, there's no way to make that even close to what the prices are now. On the opposite side, spending $1 million a year as a community is a very hard pill to swallow, especially when I know that there are failing infrastructure needs throughout the city of Vista. And if you equate that to $10 million over a decade, there's a lot of projects that we could work on to try and better our city in a lot of different ways. I grew up with 3 pools in my community. I actually had one a block and a half away from my house. I literally spent every single summer there. Every single day I was known as a pool rat. If any of you have that moniker, it's well earned because it means that you were there all the time. Every time I go back to Chicago where I grew up, that pool no longer exists. It's a splash pad. And it makes me very sad not to see it because I have so many memories there growing up. The reality is the cost to operate and maintain that pool became way too high. And to fix it was going to cost almost $2 million. I grew up in a small town of 60,000 people. So I'm seeing both sides of the coin on this, and that's my purpose of telling you that. I guess my first question is, from a practical standpoint, have we looked into the impact of what shutting down the wave would look like, even in phased amounts, but on the tax revenue and the local businesses that are nearby?
You're asking if we
what would be the fiscal impact? So we're talking about the loss of revenue of nearly $1 million, but the reality is if we were to repurpose any of this parcel, what would the impact be to the lost generation of individuals being in there to the area through business tax revenue, like outside of the wave? So is there a certain part of the map that actually generates a certain amount of money over the course of time because patrons are going there? So, you know, if you look at the statistics that you showed, all the people that are coming from outside their home to go there and they're patroning our businesses, is there a fiscal impact there that we've explored? And if not, it's okay, because it's a lot of information to gather, but I'm just curious if we looked into that.
We have not. The tool that we kind of showed just shows like percentages, and there's actually a more way to break down those categories. You could really actually see the actual businesses that they've gone to. And as Justin kind of highlighted, you know, it is pretty high that people aren't going back home or coming from home, so they are visiting somewhere. But yeah, we'd have to do probably more analysis to figure out what that actual cost is.
Just in my knowledge of the Vista Village area, as we gear up, and they know that we're having training season, the managers of the stores will reach out to us, or the restaurants. When is training season? When are we going to get inundated with all your staff, all the 180 that are going to eat in all of Vista Village, because they get tired of our food all summer. So all of our staff eat in the whole Vista Village area all summer long. So they gear up and they staff more for their businesses because our staff and our patrons are able to exit and eat at locations also during the day.
My first job was at a concession stand at the pool I was just telling you about in the ice arena, and I ate nachos every single day. So I understand that. Is there a cost of insurance? So as the pool has deteriorated, has our insurance costs gone up? Do we know?
I don't believe so. It's kind of built in with our allocated costs from HR and the risk assessment, so it does change every year. I don't understand the insides and outs of that. Human Resources kind of sees that number, but we are kind of included just in the insurance of the City of Vista. I don't believe we have our own entity.
All right, you have to forgive me because as we were discussing, I have a lot of questions that are out of order, but I'm going to ask the next one.
Okay.
Is there a concern on a diminishing return with the fact that Oceanside plans to open up their own aquatic center or outdoor water park in the near future? How will that impact our city and the usage at the Wave?
I don't foresee it impacting us too much. They're going to be very different entities. As you see, most of our staff are Vista students, and we don't really get a lot of students from Oceanside. The ones that are not Vista students, we're getting from the Pasco Valley, from Valley Center, so we'll get a far drive from them. So we don't really get a lot from the Oceanside area, and even our patrons, we have a lot of Vista, Escondido, Temecula. So our draw is still really Vista and north of Vista and east of Vista.
I want to thank Board Member Markoff for being here. I don't know if he's still here or not, but I'd like to, I spoke a little bit with our city manager about this as well. Are there any opportunities we can explore with Vista Unified to get access to some of their pools that we don't currently have access to try and offset some of the operating hours was a great question because in how you remember that, I don't know. But if there's an opportunity that we can continue to support our local sports teams, that's imperative, especially not just for high school, but for youth in general. So if there's an opportunity to partner with them in order to get access to their pools, I think that we should be exploring that on top of whatever improvements we make, whatever route we go at the Wave, because it just gives us that much more access to larger bodies of water in general. I do have a random question for you. When is the last time the Wave was profitable?
We have an allowable subsidy of about $400,000. The last time we hit that was 2019. So since the pandemic, it has been hard for us to kind of build up, but we were given an allowable subsidy of $400,000, and we would always meet that. And our allocated costs that pay into the general fund equal about $400,000, so it kind of was that, like.
City Manager, do you have something you want to add?
We've never been profitable with the Wave, to my knowledge. We've had a subsidy there, I mean, almost from its inception.
Which I think is important to note because it opened in 1992, is that right? What year was it? 94? So for 30 years, we've been operating at a loss, and yet you see the impact it's had on the community and the benefit that it brings in a multitude of facets from just family gatherings to sports to swim lessons and all these different things. So I bring that up because, as the mayor mentioned, I work with small businesses, so you have to understand my mindset is built around profitability on things. And so it's very hard for me to wrap my head around $1 million loss every year and subsidizing that. But as Ms. Beld pointed out, it's being subsidized by the very taxpayers in which are benefiting from that pool. So I appreciate the comment that was made earlier. Here's kind of where I'm at, and I'm going to probably walk back on some of this and ask some other questions, but is it possible to add a 50-meter pool and shrink the footprint of some of the other amenities like the slides or whatever else might be there? Because what I would hate to have, and I think it's great the representation we've had from water polo and swimmers tonight, but the reality is we cannot cater this just to that select group. It needs to be family-oriented. It needs to be operational to the entire city. And so I agree, because one of the biggest pieces of feedback prior to tonight was that we need a larger pool, especially a 50-meter pool. And in fact, I have a text message from a constituent who does not use the pool, but said that that would be a great idea for the city in general. But is there an opportunity to do that where we shrink the footprint while also adding a larger space for?
I think it's a complicated question to answer directly, so allow me to meander a little bit. The amount of water surface area drives fixture counts. So if you were to double the size of your flat water space, you thereby need to invest additional money into fixture counts. The easiest way to gain more real estate on your site is to change the building, not go into the parking lot, although that's certainly an option. You also have other space where you could expand. Moving concessions, for instance, would allow you to grow the pool in its existing location, not to a 50, but to a pool compliant with CIF standards. Long story short, CIF standard compliant pool and meeting California code for having some shallow water is a 33-meter by 25-yard pool. Now, that doesn't do anything for your 50-meter long course swimmers, but it does get you compliant CIF space. Laguna Beach, which is another outstanding water polo community, is building a 40-meter pool right now so that they can, actually it's 45, I take it back. It started at 40, went to 45. And they wanted to be able to host the international standard for water polo in a floating cage course, which is 30 meters plus the transition space and additional swim lanes. So to your question directly, yes, you could put it on the site, but it would be a much larger project than just a pool project.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, so I'm going to listen to the rest of the comments from the council, but, you know, Mayor, just to the point that you're bringing up, I have a lot of concerns with a public or a private entity taking lease of this. I don't know if I'm entirely against putting an RFP out there. I just don't even know if I'd support it even if it looked good on paper, just because you lose so much control over the people that we're trying to get access into this space, and that's my largest concern. But the idea, well, I don't know if drinking near a pool is a great idea unless you're at your house, but I appreciate it just from a safety standpoint or a lot of other things. But listen, with all my questions, I haven't made a decision. I do want to listen to the rest of the council to see where I fall. But I really, this is a tough decision to make, and I just, again, want to say thank you to everybody, and I just want to hear from the rest of the council right now.
Councilmember Melendez. Deputy Mayor Melendez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members, and thank you, staff. This has been an incredible discussion. I really love seeing the community show up in this way. We have a lot of different decisions that come before us, and I really appreciate hearing, expressions of trust and, willing to work with your elected officials to get this done and get this done right. Because there are some safety concerns, first of all. I've received the updates from staff on the issues with chemical processes going on in the pool, and I think that that's going to be top priority for me right now. I'm really concerned about safety, obviously on the deck, and just, whatever we do is going to take a very long time to accomplish because we have to go through a public process and we want to make really thoughtful decisions. But in the meantime, the wave is in disrepair. So I do want to, be as efficient as we can with our time and very, thoughtful as we go about it. But, really focused on what are the key objectives. I really appreciate, Mayor, you bringing up objectives in this conversation. And I'm synthesizing all the comments from my council members, and I'm hearing that we have some similar objectives. Of course, firstly, to make improvements for safety, but also for quality, right? I like some of the suggestions. I think that they're pretty cool. I want to see these obstacle courses. I want to see these fun amenities. That's going to get even more people coming and more revenues and kind of offset some of our costs. But we also want to reduce costs to the city. I mean, we just can't sustain this, and I know it's a public amenity, and we have to have those family conversations about what can we do to afford this, and how do we manage this cost. And very important to me is to maintain public access and to lower costs for community members, folks in Vista, to get into the pool, to access all these cool amenities. We have, some of the hottest days on record ahead of us, and we need to make sure that we have a place to cool down, and we've got sports, we've got recreation, we've got connection between family members, we have celebrations. This is a space that definitely needs to retain a good public access at a low cost, right? My initial thought as I was listening to the discussion is, what would it look like for us to bring in an operator that has the capacity to offer more hours of operation and make these improvements that we're talking about, and has the capital to bring the wave up to what we know the wave's potential is. And I share some of those skepticisms of an operator. I understand that any investment in this facility is going to come at a cost. And I think that our objective of maintaining equitable and affordable public access may be jeopardized if we were to get a private operator. That said, we have full discretionary review of that. And so I would be willing to look at that, because I think that that's we have to at least ask the question, what would that look like? But I also want to challenge ourselves to ask the question, is it possible for the city of Vista to do more? And I really appreciate your comments, Councilmember Contreras, that we're limiting our capacity, right? We're hiring these seasonal positions. And so of course we're not going to get a full year's worth of value and revenue and opportunity from this space because we're not staffing it. We're not actually seeing the potential in the people who make it happen. It's really the people who are doing the work, right, at the Wave and that are providing instruction, and they're doing lifeguarding, and they're working concessions, and they're managing the slides, and they're opening the park, and they're closing it, and they're cleaning up. Those are the people that are making it happen. And so we can bring more folks on board with a private operator, but the council should also look at what would the real cost be if the city improved our staffing? And could we hire more staff to provide more full-time positions, to do more during the year, and potentially help us accomplish that objective to both make improvements and reduce costs and maintain public access? I've spoken with the city manager about this, and the city staff, is, I think, spread too thin as it is to be able to expand the services at the Wave. And I really think what's key here is not just improving the infrastructure at the Wave, which is important for safety, but even if our infrastructure at the Wave was like at the basic safe level that we want it to, I also think that we need to improve operations when it comes to scheduling and calendaring throughout the year. I think some of us feel that way too. I want people to be able to access it more for sure. We have warm months where we're not allowing the pool to be open. So I think that there's a possibility for us to do more operationally, but we do have to take a hard look at what our staffing limitations are. So, I'd want to work really closely with the city manager's office to look at that. But I think it could have some benefits if we would be willing to entertain, if we want more operations, we could look at hiring more staffing in our recreational services. An example, and something that should give us confidence about the city doing more with our facilities, is the Moonlight Amphitheater. And in the past couple of years, as we've offered, cover shows, cover bands, and like different musical events throughout the year and these kind of off-season times, we've been able to benefit financially from that. And so I think that this is a similar idea, right? That we have a public facility, specific group of stakeholders are very invested. Thank you to all the athletic friends and neighbors that are in the room right now. I think that if anybody can support us in keeping the Vista Wave publicly accessible and bringing it up to speed, it would be you guys, right? How to fight for your talents and make sure that our youth have opportunity to show their strengths and their abilities, and we want to keep that happening. So I also checked in with the city attorney, and because I make reference to the Moonlight Theater, we also have to recognize the incredible volunteerism of groups like the Moonlight Cultural Foundation, right? So these city facilities do not have to act alone. We could actually bring in charitable organization, right, to help the city keep this public and make the necessary improvements for our community. So maybe it's Friends of the Wave. You can help us fundraise for that 50-foot pool. That would be a way for us to forge a path forward together. But the costs are going to be very challenging for the city to overcome. I think we need to look at all necessary information. That includes, right, what would it look like for a third-party operator? I'm supportive of any of the options staff has brought to us. What would it look like to hire more staff and to make these improvements incrementally? And I appreciate you, Councilmember O'Donnell, for asking, how will our downtown be impacted economically by not having this asset? So I do think that it's an asset we want to, retain. I said in my comments very early on that my top priority is maintaining public ownership. And I'm going to fight for that. I haven't seen anything from my council that would suggest that the ownership is threatened in any way, but you know that I've been a huge advocate for our public facilities. I've defended our public land. I try to make sure as much of what is ours stays ours as a city of Vista. And so I think we can accomplish that here. There's just a couple different ways we're going to go about reaching those objectives. So some things to think about, and maybe as direction of staff, just more research that we're going to need to have on what our options are if we take a deeper dive. Thank you.
Councilmember Fox.
Thank you very much. I'm going to also apologize in advance for my notes and questions being a complete jumbled mess from questions that came up during the presentation, then from all the comments from the public. So I kind of have a big old list. As I said earlier, I did water polo with first the Stars for one summer, and then RBV. I know there's a lot of a lot of Vista students here, so don't boo me too hard. We were practicing at, I think, mostly Lincoln and Washington at the time. And I remember kicking the ground while I was doing flip turns and things like that and stubbing my toe, and that was a lot of fun. So I do understand the limitations to some of the existing facilities for some of that kind of stuff. But just to kind of start with some questions from the presentation, does the team know of any other municipal water parks that are revenue positive?
That's a great question. I might even ask Justin if he knows off the top of his head. I know I'm putting him on the spot. I don't know, honestly.
It's unclear data. Cities kind of do things differently. I've only come across about 5 across the country with your asset mix that are cash flow positive. And some of those do some creative math.
Right. Thank you for that. I mean, I think that, looking at some of the ones that do it well and seeing, what kind of level their facilities are at, because, I mean, we have kind of this weird, interesting combination of a community park and a water park, which is not generally, a city-run kind of thing. Most of the ones that we know of are more private entities that run them. So seeing how other cities do it well is a good place for us to start, I think.
Great idea.
It seems like this is one of the most utilized parks in our lineup. Do you know of any other ones that are utilized by over half of the residents?
Yeah, we hadn't really studied like other parks, but yeah, I think you're right. I'm sure.
So so it seems like it's one of the places that is citywide, not just a specific area. So just going into some of the comments from speakers, I didn't even think about I had a lot of friends that worked there in high school, so I didn't think about it from the worker perspective. So that was a really interesting comment that, that those summer jobs and things are really important. So as we're going through these different options and leasing with an owner and seeing if there's any opportunity to make sure that they prioritize local Vista students and things like that, if we were to go in that direction at all. There's pros and cons to each and every one of these different options, and so I'm also kind of undecided right now on what exactly the direction we're going to go with it. But I want to keep my options open. I want to keep keep an open mind when it comes to some of that. I also didn't think about the fact that Mission Vista and some of the other schools may be adding programs that we might have to have room for. I don't know too much about that facility, so I don't know if they have their own pool or anything like that. But that would be something that we probably will have to schedule for. And so, making sure that if we do go with an operator or something, that not only do they let us have the time for the current program, but also the increased programs. So someone was mentioning that we have that the aerobic programs with our seniors are in different areas. And I was wondering if we did have any partnership with the senior center currently, any kind of like busing or anything like that from the senior center to any kind of the programs like that?
No, we do not. Yeah, currently our program we have right now is through, like most senior centers get this grant through the federal government for the nutrition program. And so that funds like the buses, and so we're bringing them for the congregate meals.
Would that be anything that we could tap as a potential revenue source to do some aerobic classes or anything like that at the pool area, where it's not, not an additional cost to the city, but out of a grant program?
We've tried aerobics before.
We've tried internal aerobics, and we did it was while we had lap swim, we would do aerobics. We didn't have a big draw for it. It was very short term, but we never tried a senior grant program or something funded by an outside source yet.
Okay. Something, just something to put on the table. It's also with it seems like with the community, a lot of it is very much on the pool focus with the schools and what the usage is, competitive. And when it comes to things like the lazy river, the water slides, the flow rider, a lot of that is more tourist-based, people coming into town to utilize. I was kind of surprised to see that, I know a lot of the lazy river, the water slides, the flow rider are probably the most cost-heavy pieces of the park. But I also see that they are also the top 3 most used on the utilization list that was on page 51 of the 164-page report. So, it's kind of makes sense that, the ones that are the most expensive also have the most usage. And I was kind of curious that, is there any idea, because if we were to repurpose some of those things that are very popular, and yes, we cut down the costs, would it also drop the revenues more than the cost? Would it not actually be a revenue-saving thing if we, get some of these more pricey things out of the way, but then lose the revenue from them?
Your total revenue.
Is that something that we've looked into?
That's a great point, and I think that's kind of where we had thrown out there, if you were looking at option 2 to do like some kind of repurposing, we really would need another study, where
Right.
we could just really do some cost analysis. There definitely is some metrics out there, and there's some methods to kind of investigate it and look at. I definitely know people have done that before. We could definitely go that route if that's something council would direct us to, but that raises a good point. That would definitely change our business model.
Right. And then I think with things like the summer camps and things like that, that would also be something that we'd want to make sure to include if we do any kind of, lease agreement with an outside operator, making sure that we can keep some of those things, those times. And whether that's the city, just, we rent it from them at a locked-in rate or something like that for the summer camps and all that, however that looks on paper. Also, my other concern with the lease option would be that, of course, they would have to increase rates, obviously, like most people set up here. And so would there be, this is probably more of a city question, but would there be opportunities to use things like the scholarship program through cannabis revenue or one of the existing grant programs, or if the park becomes revenue positive, to use some of that to subsidize, people that might not be able to afford those rate increases, to then make it more affordable to our residents?
So the answer to that is yes. We have used our scholarship program to pay for some students or young, people's access to the wave as part of that program. But if you wanted to subsidize more student attendance to the wave in the future, we just have to set money aside on an annual basis to cover that difference.
And just do you have off the top of your head what the cost of a season pass is at the wave?
Yeah, so if you just buy a single season pass, it's $75. If you purchase 4 or more, you get $5 off of each pass. So if you essentially like a family pack, you just get a small discount.
Okay, I mean that sounds pretty reasonable to me.
Yeah, and the average pass holder visits about 4.3 times. So we get that at least once a month, if not more, for pass holders.
Okay.
And there were about, 150 or so passes through the scholarship program?
Through the scholarship program for last summer, we gave 159 season passes, 184 swim lessons, and 15 camps.
Got a lot of these numbers right off the top of your head. Very impressed. And I have a lot more questions. I'll just kind of finish up with a couple more. I saw that there was that $3.4 million cost, and that seemed to be the phase 1 cost. If I'm correct?
Correct, yes.
And do we have kind of an idea of what phase 2, 3, 4 would look like? Is this step 1 of a $20, $30 million?
Yeah, good question. I think if I could put you on the spot again, Justin, I think what we had talked about was this was just to bring things up to code. So just an initial phase?
Short answer, no. We would want to be very intentional with phasing, and part of what you decide to do with option 1, 2, and 3 would impact those phases. I can tell you the biggest impact you can have is to update your systems. The $1 million number that's been used consistently is somewhat misleading because you have very inefficient systems and old things that break constantly have to be fixed. So if you were to put some initial capital outlay into that, you could reduce that number significantly.
That's really good to know. And then along those lines, if we were to do some of these refurbishments and bringing things back up to current standards, will we be able to, is this something where we can get ahead of it for next time so that we don't have this exact same conversation and, like the next council or whoever's sitting up here?
So part of what we were contracted to do is come up with a 10-year kind of maintenance plan. We just shared that actually today with Mike and Angela. So that data is there with what we think typical project or equipment schedule should be. That's up to the city to decide what to do or how to use it. But you should be armed with the tools now to help guide those decisions.
And for this, is there any kind of like estimated lifespan for these capital improvements where we'll have to do the major multi-million-dollar improvements again?
Yes, varies. So your mechanical systems, for instance, on average, we say those should be replaced about once every 15 years, with some rebuildings of pumps and impellers and things that fail more frequently. The fact that you've been able to get 30 years out of them is, in fact, kind of remarkable. The replastering of pools, National Plaster Association says once every 12 to 15 years. You've far exceeded those lifespans as well. Pool decks, every 15 to 18 years need to be replaced. So you can take some of those individual components and put them forward, but that's just the pool scope, right? That's ignoring the substandard. I'm sorry, I'm pontificating on a little bit here, but your staff conditions, are not ideal. The restrooms are not ideal. There's a lot of things that need to be done, which maybe answering your question is, yes, there's bigger numbers out there.
Right. Okay, well, all the options are still on the table to me. I would be interested in seeing what a operator would do, if they're going to come in and put in these capital improvements while, not negatively affecting the things that we're most worried about. I'd be interested in that, especially if we can make sure that the lease duration isn't so extensively long where if they're failing to meet their, if they're not doing a good job keeping it up, they're hitting the bare minimums, that we can, go back to it just being managed by us. That's kind of where I'm at. I got a lot more questions, but I'm going to let I think I got through about half of them, so it's ridiculous, but I'll pass it off.
Well, thank you for the great conversation. We're making some headway here. I want to go back to the chlorinator issue. Nobody else spoke to it. Is there any objection? Just raise your hand and I'll come back to you for your objection. But if there's no objection on that, do you need anything else from us in order to get that done? Okay, we're going to get a new chlorinator, 2 of them, so that we don't have that problem happen again. Okay, so basically, about $70 is the cost for a season pass. You said that the average season pass holder visits 4.3 times. That's $16.27 per visit. But we had 139,100 visits as reported to us here in these numbers, and we had a total revenue from all sources of revenue of $1.512 million. That means that we had an average revenue of $10.87 for every visitor to the park last year.
The 135,000 is in the vicinity, so that could count water polo tournaments, practices, staff on site. So that number encompasses who was present. Our summer
Our
operating
staff gets counted as visitors?
in the Placer AI.
That's correct.
In the what?
In the Placer AI data.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's that we're getting cell phone data.
Yes,
Well,
sir.
how many tickets did we sell?
So we had about 6,700 visitors this summer. So in our daily attendance, purchasing a ticket, coming through the gates with a ticket, 67,000 people. Sorry, I said 100 first.
67,000.
67,000, yeah.
Okay, that changes things dramatically. Yeah, well, hold on, let's, so 1,512, 556, let's hold on a second.
Mayor, may I ask staff
Yeah.
a question while
Go
you
ahead,
do that
please.
math? Councilmember Fox, I appreciate you kind of bringing up the costs of, the most used items. And I wasn't clear on that. Could I get clarity on, are the most used parts of the facilities the highest cost to the facility?
The slide tower we do, there's annual maintenance for every attraction. So the flow rider, we do the internal maintenance. We purchase the supplies, and the maintenance manager lays the flow rider coating. So that is an in-house expense, so it's greatly decreased because we learned how to do it in-house. The slide tower, the motors will last 5 to 6 years, so when the motors go down, then they need to be replaced. There's not really a lot of maintenance. Like, we've been doing maintenance on the slide tower in year increments, so about $5,000 to $10,000 a year, replacing small things here and there to keep it up to speed. The river, it needs to be replastered every 7 to 10 years. We're getting it replastered now, so the river then itself is maintained. Maybe change a few lights, tiles, but there's not really a lot of
Just to be
off-season
clear,
maintenance.
would it be the pools that have the highest cost to the city overall? What's the part of the facility that really costs the most to maintain?
Labor.
I think one thing I will say, I do know labor can add up, but as far as like the operating costs, when we look at like pump inefficiencies, I think it's something kind of Justin kind of alluded to, and having these pumps aren't really designed this way anymore, where you have a very two big giant pumps that are running like the lazy river. So if you were able to kind of like improve just some inefficient like equipment, that's where things would get a little bit better.
So it's not like it's super clear that the facilities that cost the most, we've been able to accomplish some cost savings by our scrappy management, getting it done regardless.
By us learning skills and
yes, I appreciate that. There's a lot of technical knowledge that we've been able to bring in-house, so I appreciate that. Thanks, Mayor. I just want to ask that.
Absolutely. Can you talk about ticket prices?
Yeah, so the season passes, like you said, average about $70. At the gate, it's $24 per person that's above 42 inches, which means they can ride every attraction. If they're under 42 inches, it's $21. Vista residents get $3 off of the admission price. And we sold about 2,500 season passes. So in doing your numbers, we had 64,000 guests and 2,500 season pass holders.
Okay, those numbers jive. No, they do. I just like to back into the numbers and make sure that they work out. By the way, I just looked, I was wondering, what does it cost, just as a point of relative comparison, to go to Sinopolis on a Saturday night? $24.95 for one person. I'm not saying that that's, what this should be. I'm just saying, what does it cost to go to the movies? As a comparable mode of family entertainment. Here's a great idea. I can't believe we didn't think of it and do it before. You're all gonna love it, everyone. So this is so easy. We partner with the Boys and Girls Club, and we ask everybody on the way in if they want to buy a ticket for for a youth in need, or we have the youth opportunity pass for the transit system. Maybe we give it a name like that, and maybe we get some nice artwork with some of the kids from Boys and Girls Club that enjoy it, and then we give people the opportunity to make a charitable contribution to the Boys and Girls Club. And maybe we could use them as a point of distribution for tickets for underprivileged families. It's important to all of us that underprivileged families have an opportunity to do it. There's a lot of families in our community that cannot afford it, and then there are some who can afford and maybe could afford to pay a full market value, and maybe even would be generous enough to, if they don't want to kick in the price of one ticket, maybe they would kick in $5 or $3 or maybe $1, and maybe there's some way to recognize people. Like when you walk in, maybe we give a plaque for the people if somebody wants to give $1 million so that underage youth can go to enjoy themselves. There are a lot of generous people, and I have a motto I live by: if you don't ask, you don't get. So it's important to ask people for those opportunities. And it would maybe be a cool fundraising opportunity for Boys and Girls Club. Maybe they would be excited about it, or maybe they would hate it. But if we don't ask them, we wouldn't know. I just go back to, on this, we can put into a request for proposal is a written invitation to any organization or person who would want to make a proposal. And not only is it an invitation to make a proposal, but it says, look, we're really only interested in proposals that would do the following things. number one, it has to maintain the affordability and access for Vista families. If we don't want them to raise the prices, fine, put that in the RFP and say we're not going to sign a contract unless it protects affordability for Vista families. If it, we've got a particular schedule, we'll outline it. We'll say the main pool has to be reserved for water polo from X time to X time these days of the week. If that's not amenable to the person making the proposal, go pound sand. We're not going to take your proposal. The people that might invest millions of dollars to help us get where we want to be, I don't know what would pencil out for them. I haven't the foggiest clue. I don't operate water parks, but there are water parks in Southern California that do operate at a profit. I met the developer that wants to build. Do you remember what's the name of the park they want to build in Oceanside? 92 acres. Do you know the guy? I met him recently at a realtors, San Diego Association of Realtors. What's the guy's name? You remember? Is he your client?
So
Are you working for the competition?
no, it changed hands like 5 times.
It's a very ambitious project. And it's so ambitious that when I saw the plans for it, I said, wow, that would be so awesome. It would be amazing. It would be like the Disney, Waterland right next door, and it would be really cool. Honestly, it would be a little concern, although I think they would charge a lot more than $24 to get in because they're really building like a first-class thing over there on 92 acres. How many acres do we have?
For the wave?
Yeah. 7 acres. Ours is 7, theirs is 92 acres. You get the difference. Okay. The point is, there are people with deep pockets who are investing right now in our vicinity on 78 Highway into water parks because we have not captured enough of that business. There is more of it to capture. There are dollars that will chase this business. And I'm just saying, look, I have an 8-year-old niece and a 10-year-old nephew. They love the lazy river, okay? For the little ones, that lazy river is a pretty cool thing. The kids stand in line, wrap around the island to get onto that flow rider thing. I would fall flat on my face. I would never try it, okay? I'd look like an idiot. But the point is they love it. So, I mean, I think we got to brand it as the original. How cool is that? Like, it's like old school. I think there's a lot we can do. Imagine if you could take the family there and have a great meal, or even just a good meal, and you could have a brew. If you could sell 2 beers to a family, you've just doubled your, probably your revenues with a meal and a couple of beers. And if you go to any of the breweries, how many breweries do we have now? We had 18 at one point. I think if you go to the breweries at night, what do you see? You see people bringing their families. They got playground areas. They're family oriented because families want to go have a beer and, look, God bless them. They're having fun. They're being with their family. They're making memories and they're enjoying and they're spending money. We should give them that opportunity. I just think, and again, this is not an indictment of our staff. Our staff's doing a great job. But, we don't operate multiple amusement parks. We don't operate in the world of, of big money. We've done the best we could with what we had. And we don't want to let any of our team go. We want to embrace our team and, have them be successful, potentially with an operator. And that operator, how long is the term of the contract? We get to decide. It's our park. It's the people's park. They get to decide. Obviously we're up here making the decision. But it doesn't have to be forever. Now, obviously, if they come in with major capital expenditures, then we're going to owe them money back. If they, they say we're going to invest $20 million and then we cut them loose after 2 years, we're probably going to have to pay them back. But that's reasonable. And we're I think none of us really wants to mow the thing down and build apartments there. So if we're not going to do that, then we have 2 other real choices. 1, we can shutter the thing and watch it rust. Or 2, we can fix it and make it safe. We don't want anybody to get hurt there. When I go, I like to get Timmy out of the supply room and throw him in the pool. You know who Timmy is? Timmy is the dummy, okay? And that's how they test the lifeguards. And when I go, I want to see Timmy get a dunk in the pool. He's the mannequin. He goes to the bottom of the pool. And I like to see, and I'm always so impressed with the lifeguards because they're watching, they're scanning, and they jump in and they save Timmy. and it's very impressive. Our lifeguards do a great job, and I always tell them the number one imperative is nobody ever gets hurt here. We don't ever want anybody to get hurt, and God forbid anybody loses their life there. It can never happen. That's the number one priority. But when we got rust coming down off the water slides, I mean, I don't know about you, I'm looking at that going, is that safe? You know, all the bolts are rusting apart and everything's, you know, there's a lot of rust over there. It doesn't look good. It doesn't make people want to come back. It certainly doesn't make them want to shell out a bunch of money. So all I'm asking is, can we put these things together? I think we know what our third rails are, right? The electrified rail on the subway line. We know what we don't want. We don't want it to be unaffordable for our Vista families. We don't want it to impact our youth aquatic sports. And what else? We want to make sure that we have appropriate levers of power. We're not leasing them the ground. We don't have to lease them the ground. We're giving them a contractual right to operate. It's not like it's not a residential thing. We don't have to evict them if we take it. It's our property. It will remain our property. We would have a right to dictate if we walk in, we're the owners of the property. They're there serving us as operators contractually. If we walk in and we say, hey, this is the city property and we're here as representatives of the city, it's our property, period. Like, you know, we're, you know, the people of Vista are the master of the house has come home. So it's not like we're selling it or we're not going to have access to it or they're going to dictate to us. No, we're going to dictate to them. And if they don't agree to that, then we don't have a deal. If we don't have significant levers of power. And again, we might not get, and Councilmember Contreras, you might be right, it might not pencil out for them. They might not even want to offer a proposal. What have we lost? We've lost nothing, but here we are. We're not really losing $1 million a year. We've deferred $20–30 million worth of maintenance. In reality, we're losing several $million a year. Because if we really, you know, I bragged recently, and I'll do it again about our fire engines. We have brand new fire engines all throughout the city because the day that we put a new fire engine into service, a brand new one, okay, some cities buy used fire engines from us when we're done with them, but we buy brand new fire engines. When we put them into service, the day we do, we begin to save as a city. This council puts money aside for the next fire engine. What do we get 3 years out of a fire engine? More than that, we get like 500,000 miles, 7 years. 7 years, they get 500,000 miles, we get rid of them. We get a new one. The point is, we begin to save for that, we plan for that. We have failed to do that with the wave. We are not paying for the depreciation as we go. And therefore, the asset is depreciating. We have massive deferred maintenance. It doesn't look good. I'm concerned it might not be safe. We just had the issue with the chlorinator, proving that we have safety issues. We need massive reinvestment. We need to bring this thing in. And I want to go and I want to see families enjoying it. And I want to see families come up to us and go, wow, council, this is awesome what you did here. You really, you know, you turned it from something that was good into something that was great. So all I'm asking is to direct staff to, how much would it cost us? What would it cost us to issue an RFP in terms of staff time and dollars out of our treasury? Not very much, the city manager says. It's some staff time, basically, right? Okay. And you would bring that RFP back to this council to be approved so that the council could review all the elements of it before it would even go to the public.
If you would like, we can do that.
Yeah, and then the community would have an opportunity to comment and go, hey, you didn't put this in there, and you should. And then we could make that change, right? So this is what I would ask. I would make a motion that we give staff direction to issue an RFP. That does not mean that we are going with option 3. It does not. It simply means that we're going to hear proposals and we're going to consider them, and the community is going to see the proposal. They're going to first see the RFP and they're going to go, no, you need to add this. And then we're going to get proposals back and they're going to go, I like the proposal. This looks great. It's amazing. Or they're going to go, nope, I don't like it. We don't want it. And then we have a decision to make. We're right back where we are right now, but with a lot more information. And frankly, we just don't have the million, and really it's $2 to $3 million a year that we need to be reinvesting into the wave right now. We don't have that money. So if we want, we need to look for an outside the box solution, and I think we potentially have one. Honestly, the things that have been discussed are almost too good to be true. But until people start putting stuff down on paper, you don't know what's real. If the operator can deliver what they've discussed, which is turning $1 million loss into a potential source of revenue for the city, how cool would that be if we could, create revenue that we can use for the youth passes for disadvantaged youth? Great. I mean, we're not trying to make a profit on the wave. If we could use those extra revenues to allow more ticket sales or tickets for free for the kids that are in need of them, do it. That's great. I love it. We'll distribute them at wherever our families are in need. Okay, so I would ask you, if you would second, just to put the RFP out with the direction, with whatever direction you want to offer, and then let's get the proposals. Let's decide whether we like them or we don't like them. We're not obligated to anything. And once we get the proposals, if we don't like them, we throw them away, we go back to option one, and we figure out how we're going to do that. We're not making a commitment. So, Councilmember O'Donnell.
It was touched on, but it wasn't answered. 10-year phased plan, what is the cost of that beyond the $3.4 million that is in front of us now?
Yeah, I apologize for not having this for staff's review. The phased approach is going every 10 years. And it's around $150,000 each year to just phase, several different components. And I don't know if Justin can answer to that, but
must be more than $150,000 a year because you got $3.3 million up front.
So this is my concern because it sounds like we're just fixing the things that are there so they come up to code. We're not really improving anything. And so if we want to make improvements or do something different, I assume there's going to be a substantial cost to that. And so what I want to make sure is that we're not putting a Band-Aid on a bullet hole, and then next thing you know, it's $40 million before we actually get this pool to where it needs to be.
Yeah, I think and again, there's a lot of different factors, but the recommendation within the 10 years was about $150,000 a year, with the caveat there's like a $15 million project hanging.
Here's my next question for you, because you said that the $1 million is misleading. Should we upgrade the pump and everything else? What are we talking about from a cost savings versus expenditure?
You could reduce your chemical use, electric use by about 40 to 50% annually. I don't know what those numbers are currently. I don't know if it's even separately metered, restrooms versus the pool. But if you're spending $1 on that right now, you could say, conservatively, you'd be spending 60 cents after the project.
You keep saying 150,000, you mean 1.5 million.
No, sir. 150,000 is what we would recommend for O&M to be allocated every year for the consistent operations of the water park. So in addition to what you do now, with $150,000, you would address the things that are going to need replacement.
Just to replace the things
that's just maintaining operations.
What about bringing the thing up? I'm sorry, I'm interrupting.
You're okay.
But this is not. I thought I heard you say $15 million.
That's
so that's like 150,000 a year times 100 years gets you to 15 million.
Two separate things.
So yeah, could you help us?
Yeah, so the two separate things. 150,000 is for O&M to maintain status quo.
Yeah. O&M, operation and maintenance?
Maintenance, yes, sir.
Okay.
15 million is a bigger project of what you're doing right now.
What do you get for 15 million?
That's
rehabilitation.
Yeah, that's replacing the water slides when they need to go. That's replacing the flow rider when it needs to be replaced. That's, those are those bigger items. Doing the restroom deferred maintenance and things that you need to do. And the restrooms are going to eventually need to be torn down.
So what you're saying is we're deferring $150,000 in maintenance right now that you want to catch up on with the additional 150,000, but we already had a deficit of $15 million that we need to invest.
Sorry for it's late. What I'm saying is you will need within the next 10 years to spend $15 million to maintain your park as it is. Now, you don't have to spend that, right? You can allow things to continue to do what you've done and allow your staff to react. That $15 million is a proactive response. As you well know, everyone on this council, no dollar goes as far as today's dollar. So we were proactive, we spend that money. Now you're operating that $1 million loss that keeps getting referred to is no longer the case.
What are the safety concerns with the deteriorating equipment? We got old, I mean, at what point do you have to shutter the thing because it's not safe anymore? Sorry, I'm totally interrupting.
That's all right. I'm going to take
apologize.
the next question, so I'm going to cut you off.
No, with the numbers in the operating plan, we're staying ahead of those items.
What are the most essential needs right now from a safety aspect? Because here is what I until we actually, because I think there's an appetite and an idea to try and look at other options as far as building out certain areas of the wave, whether it's a 33-meter pool, I think you said, or whatever it might be. And I'd like to know a cost basis for that before we do anything. But what I want to make sure is that we're operating a safe pool for our residents. So what are the absolute necessities that need to be done today to make that happen?
Yeah, I believe we already have, the main thing he had mentioned was just resurfacing the Lazy River, which is under wraps
Which is
right
under,
now.
yeah.
So this summer we'll be, up to code as far as that goes. And I think you were even thinking the next year we'd have to resurface the pool.
Yeah, so within the report, which was done prior to this season, we had said the lap pool and the activity pool, Lazy River, have to be resurfaced. Safety hazards, rough surfaces, tearing up feet. The decks have to be redone, tripping hazards, cut feet, things like that. And then the other large item was your mechanical systems need to be redone. Now that's not part of that 3.3 because it's not a code issue, and the 3.3 is reacting strictly to code. But then the next one would be your non-aquatic elements. So restrooms, path of travel, those sorts of things.
I guess my other question is, I would never go down that water slide.
I would, and my kids do.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's going to fall apart. I'm probably much heavier than your children, though.
Yeah.
So, gel coating, all that, how long does it preserve the water slide?
I'm going to defer that to Mike because he had an engineer come out over the summer.
Yeah, so we had an engineer come out to just make sure that our, slides were up to par and they were, stable. We have DOSH that comes out and has to inspect the wave every year. So that's the Department of Safety.
Occupational safety and hazards.
Can never get that. It's a OSHA, branch of OSHA. And so they're like inspecting all amusement parks as well. So this is part of their job to make sure it's safe. But they can't tell you, they can't forecast like how long you have. And we kind of thought when we were looking at the tower itself, that we should maybe look at some slide components. The tower definitely needed replacement just because the concrete was eroding, and that was definitely something DOSH had indicated. They haven't really indicated anything right now that needs to be. They just maybe have said just some the gel coating, redoing some gel coating.
Yeah, and the engineer that came out, he was very impressed with how well preserved the slides were, and the way he puts it is we don't have as much of a footprint as, say, Wild Rivers. So we are having 64,000 guests a year, whereas Wild Rivers has 200,000, so there's not as much body going down the slides, so not as many. So our slides are very well preserved. Gel coating is definitely needed to improve them and help them last, but we wax them every year. That's a standard that we have to do. And DOSH will inspect us in April, and they will essentially sign off on each attraction, and they only certify each attraction for a one-year period. So it's an annual inspection, and they also do unannounced visits in the summertime, so they can just show up one day and just make sure that our staff are operating the attractions safely and that everything's looking safe and everyone's following all the rules.
And I want to apologize. I wasn't trying to scare anybody away from the slides.
No, we share your concerns, and that's why we made sure the engineer came out
just an
and
aesthetics
certified
standpoint.
it. Yeah, and DOSH keeps us safe too.
I don't know what the council would think about this, but if there was a top priority of what needs to get fixed beyond 3.4 million, if there was a couple things that we could do right now, so whether it's replacing the pumps or whatever it might be, I'd potentially be supportive of putting an RFP out with the understanding that I'd also like to see costs for what an option 2 would look like for changing what the footprint of the wave would be, whether that's eliminated, and probably multiple options, whether it's eliminating the flow rider. I know that's not a popular opinion. I just want to know what it pencils out as, what it would look like to add something in there, and then give the public an opportunity to look at these things so that we can come back and actually get a concrete decision. I don't know where the council stands on that. I'd love to hear from you guys, all of you, and see what your thoughts are. But I think that it just gives us an opportunity, but I don't want to defer maintenance on issues that are unsafe at the moment. I also don't want to spend $3.5 million when I know it's just going to be torn up in a couple years. So love to hear comments from the council on that and see where we're at.
Councilmember Contreras.
Yeah, I'm just still not in favor of going down the route of an RFP. I really do not feel comfortable, so City Attorney, I have a question for you. There's been a lot of information given about conversations with a potential operator that I have not been privileged to. I really do feel like this is a point of privilege for myself where I just don't feel comfortable. I haven't heard this information. I haven't had a meeting. They haven't reached out to try and have a conversation with me. And I feel like that could potentially affect not only me, but it could affect the rest of the body. So can you please speak on my concern?
Yeah, so tonight is the first time I've heard that there's been a meeting with a potential outside operator myself, but I've only heard the mayor talk about meeting with the potential operator. So I don't think legally there's any potential Brown Act violation, but I do think if we are going to go down the RFP route, nobody should now be talking to any potential operator, because then we would have a potential contracting problem.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that clarification to ensure that we are protecting the public in our conversations, because I have to just be very honest and transparent with you all. I have not had any conversations with any potential operator or anybody who operates water parks, and I feel very uncomfortable with the selling of the idea to the public and to the council that we're just going to move forward with an RFP and maybe it's too good to be true, but we got to find out. I just don't agree with that tactic for governing public assets and for the good of the public. So I did have to bring that up to the attorney just because I think that we need to stop that right now. And it does seem like it could be potentially a legal issue moving forward. But I really am not in favor of option 3. If you want to know my opinions, no option 3. We can look at option 1. We can look at option 2. I think if we had like an outstanding amount of public participation, even in this conversation where everybody came up and said, please option 3, please option 3, please option 3. No one said that, really. I don't think I took account of anybody saying that they wanted option 3, so to me it's a non-starter. I don't want to waste any little bit of city staff. I don't want to waste any money going down the route of an RFP. I think we bring this back. We have community workshops. The public can see the conversation that we had. We can, maybe even have it on site at the Wave, right? Maybe it could be an open day where we bring the community on site and we have some kind of a workshop. We bring a taco truck, who knows, right? Maybe we connect with Swami's or Lamppost or one of the businesses down there. But I think that this needs a lot more public participation than it is provided in the confines of this type of a meeting. So I do not feel comfortable moving forward with option 3, and I have a lot of legal concerns about it at this time. Thank you.
Councilmember, Deputy Mayor Melendez.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate you bringing up that point, Councilmember. I also have not spoken to any park operator, but I did, get some information from the city manager that there is a park operator that is interested. So I just wanted to check in with staff and with Mr. City Manager. Firstly, what conversations has staff had with any such operator?
We have only been approached by an entity that expressed interest in looking at the Wave, and they wanted to evaluate a lease opportunity for the facility, and they expressed that they could make it a profitable facility. That's about the extent of the conversation that we had.
Do we have any documentation from them, any initial proposals or informal emails, or what did they say that how they would make it profitable for the city?
We discussed it. We exchanged some emails and provided them the needs analysis that was presented tonight, just to give them some preliminary information. They expressed that their ability to make it profitable would include expanding the hours of operation, expanding the time that we're open during the year, and increasing ticket prices. Those are all things they'd have to consider.
Okay. So the operator that has approached the city has reported to you that they would intend to increase ticket prices.
they believe that that would be part of the program in order to make it more profitable, yeah.
Okay. I mean, I don't know what type of wishful thinking we're getting ourselves into and assuming that we're going to put out an RFP and then not just like manipulate it later. I would absolutely guarantee that any operator that seeks to make this facility profitable would be increasing ticket prices. And we distinctly did not hear the community call for us to bring on a private operator. In fact, from what I recalled and hearing everybody's comments, most people were calling for us to look into option one. And I think that there's still more information that we need to be provided as a council to know what those steps would actually look like. And I do want to pursue making these improvements, especially the safety-related improvements, as soon as possible. I don't want us to have to depend on an outside operator to do that. I think that the direction that staff should go into, and the first step that staff should take, is to, instead of using staff time to develop an RFP, use that staff time to come up with a plan and financing for how we're going to fix the most urgent needs first. And if it comes back to us and we're like, whoa, we can't afford this, we're going to have to find another way. Maybe we can talk about a partnership. But again, we're hearing preliminarily that an operator expects to increase ticket prices. I mean, it just seems like, we know that that's their intention, and we imagine that that's what would be required for a business. Why would we even entertain putting an RFP out there that isn't based in reality? We know that an operator wouldn't be able to do that. So I just want to be realistic about that. And I am glad to know staff has had some conversations. John, would you be able to make those emails available to us and any information that you shared with that operator?
Sure.
Thank you.
So I think, except Councilmember Fox, who's brand new, I think most of us have in fact voted to increase the ticket price at the Wave.
As part of our regular facility.
Of course, the prices of things sometimes have to go up, and we have to defend as a council to the community what those prices are. Look, the conversations that were had were informal. You cannot expect any business to spend, potentially hundreds of hours of time making a real proposal. Here's what we would be willing to invest. Here's how we would get there. Here's what we think the profitability would be. They're not going to spend the time. What fool would spend the time on a preliminary conversation? This is the reason that I brought this conversation to you tonight, so that we could discuss and determine whether or not we wanted to receive a fully fledged proposal. No fully fledged proposal has been offered because we haven't asked for one. So we're back to rejecting out of hand what could be an exceptional opportunity. And I would just ask that we hear it. If we don't if we don't want ticket prices increased, look, I don't think you're going to vote tonight to say we're never going to increase ticket prices. We know that as inflation goes up, we're going to have to respond to that. As our costs go up, we have to unfortunately match with inflation. We have to raise ticket prices. If we don't want ticket prices to go up over X percent, then let's put that in the RFP. Let's let the operator know what our requirements are. But why would we not at least hear them out and give them what our concerns are? I mean, I can't understand how we wouldn't even at least want to hear the proposal. It doesn't make sense to me, and it's bringing in this I'm asking the attorney and putting you on a record as if there's something untoward or inappropriate here. There's nothing inappropriate here. Okay, I love the insinuations. Councilmember O'Donnell, would you please second my motion to have an RFP so that we can at least hear what the ideas are in a formal way? If we don't like them, we reject them.
I'll be honest with you, and I said it when we started, my main concern is the ticket price. I don't think it's a bad idea to want to invest $20, $30, $40 million as an independent agency or a private corporation into a public facility. The problem I find then is you're going to price out the individuals that live in our community. And that's the last thing I want to have happen.
What if they don't raise the ticket prices?
How would they pencil it? There's no way they can.
How do you know what's going to pencil for them?
You're right, I don't.
Why can't we give them the opportunity to pitch it?
Here is what I do know, and that is, you had mentioned that I work with small business owners, and I do. And one of the things that we will not do as a brand or as a product is go into a market we're going to price ourselves out of it, right? And so if the product becomes too expensive for the individuals that are serviced by that area, you're going to lose patrons. And so it's going to defeat the purpose of what we're trying to accomplish in that goal, which is to create a facility, a public facility for the residents that live here. That's my main concern, which is why I can't second it at the moment. I don't even want to I would rather take this to a workshop and take no action tonight. And the reason being is because I want the information I requested to see what the cost basis would be for improvements beyond what we're talking about for just simply patching them. But if we're going to add a 33-meter pool, what's that going to cost? What's it going to cost the taxpayer? Is there an appetite from the taxpayer to come to one of those workshops and say, yes, we're willing to spend that money, with the reality that, you're right, I cannot sit here and say that we'll never raise ticket prices, because we will have to at some point, because we cannot continue to operate at $1 million loss. But what did you said we had 62,300 or 67,000? Are those unique individual ticket payers, or does that include the family pass?
So that's admissions into the gate. So it includes a pass holder as they scan their passes, they enter the gate, or they show a ticket. So we keep calculations each day of how many tickets or season passes were scanned.
I'm curious if we could do a cost study on, well, actually, I don't want to do a study. It's going to cost too much money. And I would like to know if there's a way that we could raise the ticket prices even a little bit to try and offset some of the costs that can go into the deferred maintenance. You just said you didn't want to do that. I didn't say I don't want to do that. I said I don't want to raise it to the price that would happen. Well,
you don't know what. You're making wild speculation. I'm sorry. I'm interrupting. I apologize.
That's all right. Raising a ticket price is a nominal fee of $2 or $3 when you have 67,000 people walking through the gate versus investing $20, $30 million as a private corporation trying to turn a non-profitable business profitable is a very different thing that we're talking about. And I don't think it's speculation to understand that in order to pencil out if you're going to make that large of an investment, you have to have a higher price point in order to recoup the cost of that and then become profitable. Whether that's at the gate or whether it's at exorbitant prices at commissions or whatever it might be, or concession stands rather, there is a cost point in which you have to add in the inflated cost of what you invested into the property. So I don't think it's speculation by any means, but for us to sit here and talk about a $4 million investment and raising the prices by $2, $3, $4, $5 to try and offset that cost a little bit for the losses we're experiencing each year are two totally different things. So that's my differentiation on that point. I would like the information on what the options are to improve the pool before we put another $4 million into it. I don't know how soon we can do that, how soon we can workshop it, but I hate to disappoint all the people in this room, but if a motion's brought forward, I will probably abstain because I don't think that we have the public input. We don't even have all the ideas of what it could be right now. And I think that once we have that and can present it to the community and to this council, we'll be in a much better position, not just in the short term, but in the long term. And so that's where I'm going to stand on it. So I cannot second the motion, and I most likely will not even support a substitute motion that would come forward.
Deputy Mayor Melendez.
Thank you. I don't have any further motions. I agree, Council Member. I want to see more information come to us from staff from this discussion. And I want to make a point in response to one of the things you said, Mayor, and that was that we know that some people can't afford an increase in ticket prices. But before we venture down that road, let's try to see what we can do as a city to make these improvements. I think we've acknowledged that there's 20 years of deferred maintenance, and now it's our responsibility. And we're gonna have to walk through, it's very complicated decisions, and there are a lot of unknown pieces of information. I would prefer to at least start to have a conversation with staff as to how we're gonna improve and restore the Wave Water Park with a phased approach. Because after 20 years of not saving, right? After 20 years of rust, right? With no plan in place, we at least owe the community our best effort in trying to make this right going forward and correct it without bringing in another entity. And I know that the community's trust can be very sensitive, and I want to keep that trust and at least, take a little bit of time to venture into some of these alternative options. I think there are alternative options, whether that's some of the more, charitable components I think many of us support, but also just getting more details from staff. I think we need to take a deeper dive into option one so that we can even see if that's an option for our community. If not, we get to come back to the community and say, we need a bigger partner, we have to close the pools. And I don't want to have to do that, but I do want to do our best to try to correct our course going forward. Thank you.
Councilmember Contreras.
Yeah, like I said in the beginning, I'm all for option one. I think there's some possibility when it comes to option two that could be just a really good community exercise in imagining how to increase the footprint of the wave. Again, that's why it's so critical to see where the public domain is and where it's not, because I know some of the surrounding area is private. It would also be super cool if in that idea of expanding the footprint of the wave and potentially adding another, a 50-yard pool or whatever, that we could also enhance the connectivity to the creek park, right? I mean, I think there's so much potential for these two assets that the city owns to be a little bit more seamless than what they are, instead of kind of like almost a drag strip for people and a bunch of Cane's trash. Unfortunately, that's what I see. But I do think that there's an appetite from the community to have more conversations about the wave. And I want us to provide the type of community workshop that does allow for, some of these very necessary, maybe not fun things to talk about, right? But also lends itself to, well, if we were to just imagine where we want to go and what this looks like in 20 years, what does that look like, right? So I think it'd be really just phenomenal for the city to have that type of community workshop. And maybe it needs to happen over two workshops. Maybe it can happen in one workshop. I'm not sure. But I would be for option one, and then option two as kind of like, again, for the community to reimagine that space.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
Promise you this is my last comment. So before I was elected to the council, our state assembly member at the time, Tasha Berner, her biggest complaint was that we had no shovel-ready projects. And so we couldn't get funding from the state for a lot of projects or anything because we didn't have anything to present them. If we could come to some agreement, there may be state, federal funding to help work on a project like this. I don't know, I'm not sure, I don't know all the different pools and pots of money that are there, but if we can create a shovel-ready project and at least present it to offset some of that cost in the future, it might not be a bad idea, which is I think why a workshop and not making a decision tonight would be something that would be beneficial. So I just want to say thank you for all of your hard work. I don't know if anybody's thanked you yet, but I am going to thank you. This has been a very, very long conversation. I know Mr. Fox has some comments he'd like to make, but I hope it's drawing to an end.
Councilmember Fox.
Yeah, I'll try to keep it short too. Just from the conversation, I think I'm also with the, I would like to get all of the info possible. So when it comes to option one, I'm with Councilmember O'Donnell with, I'd like to see what that schedule and phase looks like in total. So not just the 3.4, but then if there's 150,000 a year after that, and then there's also a potential $15 million expenditure in 10 years from now, just kind of see what that would look like. And then if we were to do things like increase the, I think the 15 million was including the bathroom, the changing rooms and the bathrooms and all that. Okay, so, and if there's anything else that would be potential past that, just to kind of see what we're getting ourselves into here. When it comes to option two, I would like to see what, if there's things like adding a pool or some of that kind of stuff, what that would cost, and if there is funding ready to support it, love to see that too. And I think I would also like to see what an RFP would look like if we were to do things like if they were to generate that additional revenue through longer hours, increased length of season, while not raising the price, like limiting the price on what it could raise to Vista residents, and then use that additional revenue to fund scholarships to make it even more affordable for people that aren't even getting the scholarships now. It could be even more affordable for people if we're to use the money, successfully like that. So for me, I think I would like to see kind of a combination of all of these. And I came in here kind of thinking, I'm not sure which one is probably the best option, and I'm still not sure. So that's kind of where I'm thinking, like, if we can get what that RFP would look like, what that proposal would look like, while moving forward with each of the other options, I know that's probably the option that requires the most work from everybody. So sorry for that, but that's kind of what I'm thinking so far.
Yeah, unfortunately, Councilmember Fox, we're not going to see even a request for proposal, which would be our invitation, because there's apparently no appetite from the majority. If you wanted to second it, my motion, we could have a vote on it. I'd like to put it on the record. This is a point of inflection, that we have an opportunity right now to bring somebody in who could help us turn this thing around, or at least give us a proposal. We do not know what their proposal to raise fees is. We do know that within a year, Mr. Pacheco is going to bring us a request to raise the price, aren't you? As you do every year. And this council is going to sit and make a decision about whether to raise the fee. And you don't even know whether or not the proposal would raise the fee above what you're going to vote to raise it in the coming year, because you haven't even seen the proposal and you won't even invite it. And frankly, for our local community business person who does operate these parks, if they've watched this conversation tonight, I think they're going to have severe misgivings, I would, about doing business with this council, because clearly we're not interested, and we've prejudged something we haven't even seen. We don't even want to give somebody an opportunity, somebody who has, who owns golf courses and amusement parks. They're in the business of operating attractions and doing it profitably, and somebody who earnestly believes that if we were to invite them to take the time. But do you understand what it costs to have your financial analysts? I know, Dan, you do know what it costs. It is a significant investment of time, and time is money in business, and nobody's going to now sit down and spend $150,000 of time putting together a detailed proposal when they see that we're really not interested in even engaging in an honest conversation about it. We're not even inviting, the proposal. So I just think really it's a squandered opportunity. And I think this is exactly how municipal governments go into deficit. Carlsbad was well run for many years, now in deficit. San Marcos went into deficit. The county of San Diego in deficit. We have governments all around us that were well run for many years and now in deficit, because one decision at a time piles up. First, it's $2 million a year worth of speed bumps. And then we're not willing to address $1 million, which is really a $2.5 million a year deficit in our operating and deferred maintenance for the wave. You want to save the wave? This was the opportunity tonight. Otherwise, you figure out where the $15 million is going to come from. $15 million is today's money, is it not? Where's my guy? $15 is today's money. It ain't 10 years from now money. 10 years from now money, you don't even know what it is. It's more like $30 or $40 million 10 years from now, isn't it? Yes, it is. That's how it works, okay? That's how money works. Now, I'm frustrated. It's done. We don't have the votes. That's fine. But, a refusal to even receive information. And this is why when people of Vista, when you go to the wave and you see the rotten wood, when you see the rust coming down on the slides, when you see the rusty equipment, you see the ladders out of the pools are rusted, when you see all the rust around the rings and the concrete and the deteriorated pool deck, this is why we can't have nice things, because we're not even willing to receive the information. So that's all I have to say.
Do I have a chance to respond to the opportunity to second? Because I would second with, do I have the opportunity to speak first?
Technically you had yielded the floor and I took a turn, and now it's Councilmember Contreras' turn, but we'll put you back in the lineup. Councilmember Contreras.
All right. First of all, I think that the calculation is a little naive to say, we can just provide more money in scholarships. Okay, so we're gonna provide money to a private operator to operate the wave at a higher cost because we don't wanna keep it in the public. So at $1 million, if we took a subsidy of $1 million for this $75 pass or whatever, we can give 13,000 passes away. If we did, $15 $1 million giveaway, we could get 66, still under the 67,000 people that go. So I just do not buy any validity in this argument that I think is severely flawed, that we would just give more scholarship money so that we can access the wave. It just doesn't make any sense to me because the math does not math on that. And yes, we do have to increase prices. Prices go up, but it is not going to go to the point where we're trying to, have someone pay $45 for one day. Maybe the way that inflation is going, I don't know, maybe in 20 years it'll be, that much. But it is just, I think, not a good show to the public. I don't care. I really don't care if a corporation does not want to work with me, because I am here to protect public interests. I ran for council because I saw the previous council, which you were a part of, continuously sell our land off. If there was so much, just energy to move forward with fixing the wave, this should have been done a long time ago. Why are we having this conversation now that we have a new majority that wants to really safeguard the public's assets and interests? So you can go ahead and second. You can go ahead and move this forward. I will happily have a red button come up that says no, because I am not willing to give the wave away to a private corporation. This is for the people. We have the money. We can figure it out. And we're going to give the public more time to have conversation with us, because I want to have more conversation with each one of you. I know there's people listening. I know that you're going to go tell people. And again, don't let this be the last time, because you have to see how this council operates and hold us accountable, and that we are espousing your values, because you came in here loud and clear, gave us clear direction, and still there's this conversation out there that we're going to, let's just see what a private operator does. No one wants that. So that's where I'm at. I'm done.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
I lied. It was not my last comment. I apologize. I just want to be on the record again. I have not said no to the idea of exploring an RFP. What I have said is I'm not willing to take action tonight. And if there is a private entity that is acting in good faith, I would hope that they would understand that the council would want to have all of the information presented to them to see what it proposes. But the other thing is, what bankrupt cities and counties and states and the United States isn't frivolous spending. It's when we are sitting here trying to make a decision to improve an amenity that should have been improved and maintained for decades. You see it with our roads, you see it with our bridges, you see it with parking spaces, and what happens is you have cities like Chicago, where I came from, that for $1 billion sold off their parking spaces. And now the people that own it privately are raking in hundreds of millions of dollars a year in parking fees. You see it in bridges, where they now have to put in toll roads. It is all over the country. I mean, the failing infrastructure because we wouldn't fix our roads and bridges since World War II after we built them. I mean, we have like a D grade across the nation. So yes, is this a lot of money to spend? And I'm not even saying I'm going to spend it. What I'm saying is that when you continue to defer maintenance, you continue to defer the decision to actually take action and improve the amenities we have in our community, then it leads us 30 years later to be having this conversation. And so it is not just the fault of all of us trying to have a discussion of whether we should spend money. It is literally a 30-year process in which many of these things were ignored or just weren't even known about. And so it's an unfair assumption to look at it that way. But it is all across the country you've seen this, and from the federal all the way down to the local government, where people don't spend money on things that need to be improved or fixed or upgraded, and then they're here 30 years later having a discussion like this. So again, regardless of what other comments are made or if you second or not, I'm going to abstain. I'm not going to take an action tonight. I want all the information presented to me so that we as a council and a community can make the best decision for our taxpayers, for our community, and see what that brings forward. If at the end of that workshop or discussion, the best idea is to bring forward an RFP to see what happens, I would hope that any business that thinks that they can turn $1.5 million or $2 million profit would look at it and say, hey, it sucks we had to wait another month, but I'm still going to put a proposal forward and see if we can get anybody to take a bite on it. But that's where I'm at, and I appreciate the conversation. I really do, and I know I say that often up here, but it's I feel like right now we're just pushing a glacier, and to continue to have the same conversation. I think we all, or at least the majority of us, are in the mindset that we want to get all the information, talk to the community, and move forward with that direction. So those are all my comments, and I do promise you that was the last one.
Councilmember Fox.
All right. I mean, I think I could, if you're open to a friendly amendment to it where we do move forward with basically all three options, just to see, we get all the information in front of us, not make any decisions until we have an opportunity to review what each phase looks like, both in costs and benefits to the community. I would put that forward.
What about instead of an RFP, we ask staff to come up with potential components or items that are non-negotiable that we could review, whether it's for a private operator or it's for option one or for option two. What are the things that we have to have and what are the things that we absolutely will not accept? What if it was just to do that, Councilmember O'Donnell? Could you support that?
Isn't that the purpose of the workshop, so we can get all of that direction to staff? I mean, I guess is it a moot point to do that now when we're going to try and bring this back at a later date?
I'm going to be very honest with you. To say that 30 people, and I appreciate everybody that came to speak tonight. I truly do. I appreciate the time you invested, that you came down here, and I work for you, okay? You hired me, maybe you voted for me, maybe you didn't, but I work for you, and I respect that, and that is very sacred to me. But I do not work just for you. I work for 100,000 Vistans, okay? My job is not to represent the 15 people in front of me. It is not. That is not my job. My job is to represent the 98,500 people that live in this city. And you know what? They're not going to show up to your workshop. I'm so sorry. They're not coming, okay? The kind folks that were here tonight are very interested. They are major stakeholders, and so they get an outsized voice. We listen to them. They use it, and I care what they have to say, okay? Dave Spence and I talk all the time. He's got my cell phone. Everybody's got my cell phone number, 689-2220. Call me, tell me what you think, okay? But the fact that I'm not going to do exactly, just because 15 people spoke, that I'm not going to do exactly what they want, that I'm instead going to think about all the young people that do like the lazy river, and I want to know how you're going to eliminate the flow rider. How you going to explain? You have to eliminate the lazy river. You are asking, you can't ask about eliminating the middle of the donut. That doesn't buy more space. You have to eliminate the donut. The lazy river is a donut that encircles the flow rider. If you want more space, you cannot eliminate the thing in the middle of the donut. That won't get you more space. You have to eliminate the donut itself. So you're talking about eliminating the lazy river, one of the most popular amenities.
I never said eliminate the lazy river.
You cannot eliminate the thing in the middle. You can reprogram the thing in the middle. You could do something else there, but you're not going to expand into the footprint in the middle of the donut without cutting into the donut. You have to take a bite out of the frosted donut in order to get to the donut.
Forgive me for interrupting, but that's the information I've asked for. Is it not?
Well,
But
I'm just
also-
saying you presented a logical question that's very, yes, Councilmember Fox, it is your time. Go ahead.
I would be amenable to amend my friendly amendment to, instead of a formal RFP, just saying what that would, like what the steps would be on that as well. Just moving all three of them forward, and getting information on all three.
I am okay with having a workshop. I'm fine to do it. But you know what? If there are plenty of things that 10 people or 30 people or 50 or 100 would come forward that you wouldn't say yes to, okay? Therefore, you know, I'm not going to make a commitment that if the water polo club says we want a 50-meter pool or nothing, I'd love to have a 50-meter pool. Let's find a place to build one. I would be all for that, okay? That would be great. But what I don't know is, would that serve the interests of more people than the lazy river? I don't know the answer to that. Maybe it would. I don't know, and I'm willing to receive that information. But, you know, Councilmember O'Donnell said, quote, we want to get all the information, but he's not wanting to get the, have a request for proposal. Councilmember O'Donnell talked about selling off parking spaces as if to say I was wanting to sell something. Oh, hold on a second. I don't want to sell anything off, and you'll have your opportunity. Councilmember Contreras said, quote, give away to a corporation. Nobody has suggested giving anything away. Nobody has suggested selling anything or giving anything away. But you continue to repeat a false narrative because it somehow is pleasing to you. Councilmember Fox, I think it's still your turn. I would, if you wanted a second, I would say yes to a workshop, okay? Yes to, Councilmember O'Donnell wants to know, you specifically phrased the question, getting rid of the flow rider and putting something else there. I really think people like the flow rider. Well, then you tell me what it is you're saying, because that's what I got. And staff, we'll have staff answer what they heard. But, and then I would like to flesh out some of the things that would be must-haves and must-not-haves for a potential RFP. That is not directing staff to go forward with an RFP. That is simply coming up with a list of things that are must-haves and must-not-haves. So, Councilmember Fox, if you're offering that, then I'm seconding that. And I think that gives everybody what they want, and that gives us the ability to move forward with information on all three tracks. Okay, with the caveat that we're not tearing the thing down and building apartments, and everybody understands that.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. I think that's pretty much my motion, yes.
Well, I say let fly and let's see what happens. Councilmember O'Donnell, back to you.
I apologize again. Mayor, I did not say that's what you want to do. I said those are examples of things that have happened.
I just quoted
over time. And yes, I probably did say I'd like to see the option of what it would look like for the flow rider to get removed. And I also said that would not be a popular opinion when I said it. I just want the information to see what it would look like. And if it's bad to have too much information, I don't even know what to say to that. Why would you not want that presented to you to see what total costs would be? Yeah, maybe we do have to bulldoze it and look at something else. But that's what I'm asking for. So to paint it in any other picture, any other light is just so disingenuous.
No.
It's incredible. But
this is super important.
Okay, but again, I am not going to take a vote on any motion that's made tonight. I'm going to abstain. So if the votes are there and the other two members of the majority want to vote with it, I will respect that and we can do all of that. But I think that staff direction is very, very clear on what we're asking for in a workshop. So all of this can be hammered out at a later date. We have spent, my God, 4 hours on this right now. And so I am ready. Can I call for the vote? Call for the vote and let's just end this conversation and we can bring it back to a workshop. I'm not saying it's not important. It's extremely important. And I'll tell you what, you can say the 30 people that showed up or the 100 emails we got. I didn't get one email, phone call, or text in opposition or in favor of number 3 or in opposition of either using option 1 or 2 in the context of it not being apartments. If it was improvements or expansion for option 2, but no one said they wanted number 3, and no one was opposed to 1 or 2 that I received communication from. So yes, you are right. There are 98,500 other people. But when the community shows up, you have to listen. And maybe you're not going to give them everything they want, but it is important that they know that when they show up, their voices are valued and heard. I'm done ranting. I'm calling for the vote. Thank you all for bearing with us.
Okay, we have is there a second for that? It'll require 4 out of the 5 members voting if there's a second. Otherwise, Deputy Mayor Melendez is requested to be heard. Seeing a lack of a second, Deputy Mayor Melendez.
So for calling the vote, I wouldn't second your motion to call the vote because I want to make sure that I'm fully briefed on what I'm voting on before we go to that. So there's been a motion and a second, and that is to put together a list of our can-dos and can't-dos for an RFP, which, you know, we've already heard that the operator wants to raise the ticket prices. So, you know, that's a mute point for me. And then we also are going to have workshops. I'm concerned that my feedback hasn't been included. Tell me about these workshops. I appreciate the public's feedback and I want to continue to receive it, but I just want to make sure that so what information is staff going to be bringing back to us?
Great question.
Let me jump in here.
Thank you, Mr. Conley.
My impression is that you would like to have a breakdown of all of the costs that it would take to bring it back to code, bring it up to par of a comparable facility, and then what our annual maintenance costs would be moving forward if we were going to account for those improvements.
Okay, thank you. And if the vote fails, well, if the vote passes, you'll follow the instruction of the vote. But if the vote fails, what will staff be doing on this item?
I would bring back all of this information in a regular meeting for you to discuss direction for staff.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember O'Donnell, I was not trying to make some point or score some zinger. When you talked about removing the flow rider, I really don't understand. Is there another amenity that you would suggest putting in place of the flow rider? Why would you remove it?
If we're going to create an aquatic center, I mean, there's got to be other options that are out there to look into. So it's not a matter of wanting to remove
I
it.
think you're talking about expanding the footprint of the large pool, but I don't know that you realize if you could bring up the overhead, I don't know that you know the flow rider is contained wholly within the center of the lazy river. There is no way to encroach on, this is what I'm saying. There is no, this is physics. There's no way to encroach on the flow rider's land that it occupies without first encroaching on the lazy river, which completely circumnavigates the flow rider. I don't understand. You understand?
You had it.
How are you going to build a pool in the middle of the flow rider without building a pool on the middle of the lazy river first? Would there be a tunnel that would go under the lazy river?
If you want it, bring that back.
Well,
Could you
I'm
bring
trying
that
to
option back?
understand. No, but I'm trying to, hey,
Mayor,
please,
for real.
No, I'm trying to understand.
Perhaps it was a bad analogy or example to utilize, but the point is I want to see the options that we have for this space. It's not a matter of trying to have an argument up here.
I'm not trying to have an argument with you. Please, look, hey, please, we're having a conversation we were elected to have, okay? If you want to have your conversations, you're welcome to have them outside the council chambers. Okay, look, the reason I am asking is because you are asking the staff to investigate the removal of this one amenity. And what I am saying to you is that actually what you want them to investigate? Or is that a representative way of saying you want to look at how it can be reprogrammed in general?
I want to see how it can be. No, I'm telling you
question.
sincerely. I want to see how it can be reprogrammed in general because we have people talking about 50-meter pools, 33-meter pools, all
so
these
you're not
different
really
things.
talking specifically about eliminating
Correct.
the flow.
And-
Okay.
and
Thank
that's
you
why I
for
was
that
saying.
clarification. That was literally what I was trying to get at. It was an honest clarification. It was not trying to impose a zinger on you.
And for the record, I know you and I have arguments all the time. I do not take them personal, so don't worry.
I appreciate that. I just want you to know I wasn't trying to be cute.
I appreciate it.
I was
Don't-
literally
don't-
trying to get at the merit of what you're trying to direct staff to do.
I understand.
And I think that was actually helpful because what I heard was different than I think what you ultimately wanted to do. Okay. Well, we have a motion and a second, and I think it gives everybody what they want. It comes short of asking staff to issue an RFP. It simply says, and can we go even further, Councilman Fox, and say we wouldn't want to see the list until after the workshop. So in other words, the workshop would guide and inform the must-haves and the can't-haves.
Sure, yeah.
But we're saying we want,
I want all the information.
yeah. Couldn't win your support for that even. To write down the things that are said at the workshop, you couldn't even go for that. Really? You couldn't go for that? Can we vote? Yeah, sure. Let's vote. Motion and a second. That motion fails for lack of a majority. That'll take us, I think we're all done, right? That'll take us to item D2. Thank you very much, everyone who came to add to this conversation. Thank you for quietly exiting the chambers. I'd like to welcome our Sheriff's Captain, John Malin, who is going to give us, please, if you would, take your conversations outside the chamber, please. We have an hour, or we have 28 minutes? I was 10 o'clock. Oh. Okay, our second item is an update from the San Diego County Sheriff's Office. I want to thank Commander Boyce and Captain Malin for waiting while we had extensive discussions on the water park. And I apologize to you and your families for that, I sincerely do. If any members of the public wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature by pressing *9 or submitting a request to speak card. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. Captain John Malin will introduce this item.
It's an honor to be here. Thank you very much for having us. So we're here to represent Sheriff Martinez in the Sheriff's Office. We're also here to represent the employees at the Vista Sheriff Station. So we take this very seriously, and we're very happy to be here. So just recently I came across a 2-page document. It's a 2-page document that became very important to me. This was provided to me by our city clerk, Kathy. It is the very first contract that the Sheriff's Office and the City of Vista signed back in 1963. This 2-page document is very interesting. It's a yearly contract for sheriff services at the cost of $128,000 a year. And as we just heard all the talk about inflation and the cost of things, I think it's very timely that we see this. Just so you know, this document is now framed in my office because it reminds me of the history that the Sheriff's Office has with the city and all of the amazing things that the deputies do since that time. You've had uninterrupted service here in the city of Vista with the deputy sheriffs out doing an amazing job ever since then. Just so you know, in 1963, that amount of money bought you this salmon-colored patrol vehicle. I don't know if there's a possibility that we could get those back to get the prices down, but that's what we call high-visibility patrol right there. So on our website, there's a quote that came across that really struck me. From horses to motor cars, airplanes, helicopters, computers, cell phones, and now body-worn cameras, the San Diego County Sheriff's Office has come a long way since 1850, and we certainly have come a long way since 1963. So just a little bit of an overview at the Sheriff's Office. We're thriving, we're doing very, very well. So we're currently looking at 7 detention facilities, 18 patrol stations, a little bit over 900,000 county residents served, almost 4,000 incarcerated persons on average that receive our daily care. We have the 3rd largest trial court system provided with security services. So the demographics of the department are presented here. So we're doing very well in our hiring efforts. We're hiring all of the very best that are coming out of our area and even outside of our area, which is a hard thing to bring people into San Diego at the cost of living. But we're looking very good. We're keeping things very diverse, and that's where our strength comes from. So normally, our stations are a microcosm of the department as a whole. However, there is a little bit of a slant in terms of the Vista Station demographics, but that gives you a very good overview. One thing I do want to point out that the employees and authorized positions that show here, that is higher than what's contracted through the city. So the station is currently broken down into the admin side and the patrol side. So we have 2 lieutenants. The admin lieutenant runs the investigative side in our specialized units, And obviously, the patrol lieutenant runs the patrol division. Patrol currently has 38 sworn deputy sheriffs. Traffic has 8. Motor deputies were at 4. Special purpose officers were at 17. And detectives, we are at 12, with that being 9 area investigators and 3 SNGT investigators. Patrol, 38 deputies, 4 sergeants. So these are the deputies that are out responding to radio calls for service, conducting high visibility patrols, preliminary investigations that will go to the Detective Bureau, and they also are available to respond to any civil unrest or natural disasters. In 2024, it's notable to see that they responded to over 30,000 calls for service here in the city of Vista. That's a lot of calls for service. And with that, over 14,000 deputy-initiated activities, which is outside of the calls for service that we receive through our communication center. Our traffic unit consists of 8 deputies that work in vehicles and are 4 on our motorcycles. So they conduct all traffic-related enforcement and investigations within the city of Vista. Some of the notable stats here, 271 DUI arrests. It's absolutely incredible, the things that they're doing out there to keep drunk drivers off the road. All of their numbers are very, very high, and they're doing a very, very good job out there. Area investigations. So earlier you met Sergeant Milligan and his team. They are one of the best area investigative units in the county. They handle all follow-up investigations. They actually are the only area investigative unit that takes federal cases. So that's because of the expertise that Sergeant Milligan has, and he's able to direct his team to be able to handle those kind of cases. In 2024, they received approximately 6,500 cases for review for follow-up investigation. They conducted 85 fourth waiver operations and 74 search warrants, seizing 50 firearms. Our COPS team, 1 sergeant, 7 deputies. They're responsible for the homeless response in partnership with Vista's community improvement team. They work retail theft operations, and they're also very involved in our junior academies, which is the Rise Above and the Junior Deputy program. The 2024 stats are also very high, contacting 608 unhoused individuals, conducting 136 homeless operations, and 140 cleanup operations. Our gang enforcement team, 1 sergeant, 6 deputies. So the GET team, they're responsible for addressing violent crimes and gang-related activity. They're our high-profile, uniformed unit that go out every single day and target the very violent parts of the city that have issues with gang violence. 93 gang-related arrests, 84 probation and parole contacts, 319 investigative contacts, and they're also seizing a very good amount of narcotics and illegal drugs. SNGT, Street Narcotics Gang Detectives. So in this unit, we have 3 investigators, 1 being a gang investigator, 2 being narcotics investigators. They're also supervised by 1 sergeant. They're responsible for the advanced investigations of narcotics and gangs. And they also support directed patrol operations. Currently, in the city of Vista, there are 200 known gang members, and they received 40 gang cases that were assigned to their unit. So 40 cases that go to 1 single detective. 10 of those gang cases were reassigned to our area investigators for follow-up. This is a big one for us, our volunteer sheriff's patrol. These are the individuals who are retired but still come out and serve the community in so many amazing ways. 16,000, a little over 16,000 patrol activities, and they're also responsible for our Yana home visits. you are not alone visiting people who are in their houses and unable to get out. 1,900 Yana telephone calls and a total of almost 9,500 volunteer hours. In addition to the services that you receive in Vista, you also have access to our major crimes division. That's our homicide, child abuse, sexual assault, elder abuse, internet crimes against children, and financial crimes. You also have our emergency service division, which is our search and rescue, bomb arson, Astria, which is our helicopters, SWAT team, and our unmanned aircraft systems. So the statistics are looking very, very good. Overall, crime numbers were down 18.3%, comparing, and let me just note here that we're comparing January through November. That's because we just went to a new report writing system, so we weren't able to pull the numbers from the end of the year to add to that. So we did January through November for both 2023 and 2024. Crimes against persons decreased 11%. Crimes against property dropped to 22.6%, and crimes against society increased 22%. So when we look at the crimes against society, when those jump up, that means that deputies are out doing a good job. They're out there making drug arrests. They're out there making arrests that make a difference, that drop our crimes against persons and our crimes against property. When you look at this gives a breakdown of our actual stats as it relates to crimes against property, crimes against persons. So you can see that there is the drop. And I know that when we're looking at these numbers, we did go from, there's different ways for reporting these numbers and having them be validated stats. So when you look at these, if we want to go to prior years, we have to look at our uniform crime reporting, which is something that we moved away from. But when we moved away from that in 2023. So if you look at the numbers from all the way back 1995 all the way through 2023, there's a steady drop in crime rate here in the city of Vista. Looking at a comparison of what we have here in Vista to other similar jurisdictions. So what we wanted to do was to show a comparison of a neighboring city and also a city that has similar demographics to that of Vista. So we decided to go with San Marcos and El Cajon. So what the numbers show is that we are responding to far less than what El Cajon is responding to, but we have less deputies. So you can see that we respond to over 30,000 calls for service with almost 8,000 cases taken. So our populations are about the same. However, you can see that El Cajon, they operate with a lot more sworn officers, with 50 patrol officers. So they staff normally 8 officers in the day shift and 7 on night shift. When looking at the numbers through the Sandag research, we are below the San Diego County average. We're obviously at 0.96 per 1,000 residents, with the average here in the county being 1.32, and the national average being 2.4. So what we wanted to do was show a comparison with these two cities. So what we did was we took the mid-year stats from Sandag, and what that is showing is that San Marcos increased, El Cajon increased in their crimes against persons. They also had increases in their crimes against property, and also, decreases, and also an increase in the crimes against society. So it's really hard to look at other cities and compare the city of Vista to what other cities are doing. Sometimes the numbers don't really jive, because you look at this and you look at the El Cajon's increase in crimes against society, you'd say, wow, it went up 56%. Why aren't the crimes against persons, the crimes against property dropping more significantly? I don't have an answer for that. I really don't. But what we do know is that crime has dropped significantly in Vista with what we have. So what we wanted to move into also is our technology. That's something that we feel that we are falling short of here in the city of Vista. So the Sheriff's Department rolled out Safe Streets. And this is a technology-based system that has 3 very significant technologies that the city is able to take advantage of. So Safe Streets is a collaboration between the Sheriff's Department and the residents. And what it does, it allows us to work with the residents to fight crime. So that is through the sharing of video surveillance, because everybody has video surveillance now. So when a crime happens on any one of your streets, if we have participants who are in our database who have surveillance cameras, we can look on there and say, this individual has surveillance cameras, this is where the cameras may be pointing. We can actually reach out to them and see if we can have access to their footage to help solve crimes. So that would be our user uploaded portal. So this is any resident in the city of Vista can register in our database saying, we have cameras and we are willing to share if you reach out and do that. We also have a federated camera system. And what that is businesses, if it's a public-facing camera and our technology blends together, these businesses can actually give us real-time access to their cameras. So throughout the county, we do a lot of collaborating with 7-Elevens. So 7-Elevens will give us federated access to their cameras, which allows deputies to see in real time what's going on in these businesses. It also includes a pole-mounted option. And actually, Commander, if you'd be willing to help me. I brought in one of our pole-mounted options. So these cameras are designed to be an overt way to deter crime. So we're able to mount these to existing infrastructure in the cities, and it allows the Sheriff's Department to have real-time access and views to certain areas of the city that we have concerns with. One of the benefits of this system is you guys are able to move these cameras to other parts of town if you're experiencing problems there. So for example, if we're having issues with vehicles driving in bike lanes, or if they're running red lights, we're able to put these cameras there and actually see in real time what's going on through this camera system. So what this does is it allows us to use residents to build a database and know what cameras are out there. It allows us to respond more quickly and efficiently to crime based off of the camera systems, and it allows us to share with the residents and actually have buy-in from the residents to have them be a part of the process of solving crimes that are happening in their communities. Quickly on this system, so when this first rolled out, these camera systems were anywhere from $10,000 to $15,000 a piece. So these are 2 cameras, full 360-degree view from both cameras, night vision, awesome systems. What the Sheriff's Department has done is we started to manufacture our own cameras. So we've gotten the cost down to $4,600 per unit. And actually, we're able to push those out to the contract cities and into the unincorporated areas. These are recorded, and the recordings are kept for 30 days until they're purged. If a crime occurs and we record a crime, that footage is able to be retained until the case goes through prosecution. So we have success stories where it was actually the city of Lemon Grove. They had a camera. However, they chose to not record, but to only offer the Sheriff's Department live view with no recording. It was a week or 2 into that that a homicide occurred right underneath one of the cameras. So the cameras were then decided to be turned to recording as well. So there are success stories with these, and they are being used in other cities that contract with the Sheriff's Department. The next thing I want to move into is our license plate readers. This is something that the city of Vista is very far behind on. LPRs are high-speed, computer-controlled camera systems that contain optical character recognition technology, which allows them to read license plates. The LPRs communicate with law enforcement databases to aid in life-saving efforts and law enforcement investigations. License plate readers are a non-discriminatory tool as they scan each vehicle crossing their path, regardless of the occupant's race, gender, age, or other characteristics. The license plate reader technology captures images of license plates and allows law enforcement agencies to identify and compare plates against those of cars driven by people suspected of being involved in illegal activities. Actually, I wish that I was able to see the notes associated with my slides so I could give you more specific numbers. But I'll continue on and to help shed light on how these cameras work. So the cameras will be placed at fixed locations around the city. Using the flock interface, license plates captured by the cameras are compared to California law enforcement telecommunication systems and the data related to missing and wanted and stolen vehicles. If a camera reads a plate contained in the database, a real-time notification is generated and sent to users such as dispatch, patrol deputies, and detectives. Alerts may also be broadcast by the Sheriff's Communications Center. Once an alert is received, a visual confirmation is made for validity, and the staff respond accordingly to the severity of the circumstances. This cross-reference confirmation helps validate the accuracy of the alert to ensure that law enforcement respond to an accurate vehicle. License plate readers have proven to be extremely beneficial and effective for law enforcement operations, acting as a force multiplier for agencies that struggle with staffing issues and high caseloads. Detectives have been able to increase their case closure rates and reduce investigative timelines. Patrol deputies can respond to at-risk individuals and crime suspects in real time based on alerts provided by the system as it compares license plates to our databases. So an example of this would be if we had a child that was abducted. We would immediately enter that plate into this system, and when that plate hits a license plate reader, it would give us a real-time notification of where that hit is so that we're able to help resolve that issue. Currently, every municipal police department in the county and 5 of the sheriff's contract cities are utilizing license plate reading technology. The 5 contract cities are Del Mar, Encinitas, Poway, San Marcos, and Solana Beach. All of this said, systems like LPRs move law enforcement towards precision policing by placing limited resources in the most optimal positions. As an example, Elkhorn Police Department reported that just after 3 months of implementing the license plate readers in their city, they recovered 50 stolen vehicles from their jurisdiction and solved numerous violent crimes, including murder cases. So one of the biggest concerns that we see is the concern for privacy. That's a big question, the whole Big Brother concern. So given the potential of concern for privacy safeguards, I'd like to provide the policies and mechanisms to ensure vehicle information is protected. The Sheriff's Office complies with California law designed to protect private citizens' information. Before being allowed access to a license plate reading database, authorized sheriff staff must complete an LPR-specific training and California Law Enforcement Telecommunications System certification test. Access to the information is limited to life-saving and criminal investigations. License plate reader data is not commercially shared or sold, and the sheriff's license plate reader data is not shared with federal or out-of-state law enforcement agencies. License plate reader data is only retained for 30 days, just like our camera systems, unless the information is retained by an investigator as part of a criminal investigation. Audits for access and use are completed by the sheriff's LPR coordinator at least once during each calendar year. The office will audit a sampling of the LPR system utilization from the prior 12-month period to verify proper use in accordance with the above authorized uses. Lastly, the Sheriff's Office made it imperative to incorporate and inform the community with its intent to implement an ALPR program. During the months of July, August, and September, local station commands conducted 30 events to inform and receive feedback from communities that are anticipated to have LPR devices. Over 84% of those who provided responses were in support of the initiative. 9 individuals were not in favor due to concerns with personal privacy and police surveillance, and another 14 individuals were interested in learning more about the program. The 145 individuals were formally registered feedback from this program during the outreach events were all invited to the formal presentation that was offered to the Board of Supervisors. So this is a map showing where the Sheriff's Office plans to use LPR technology in the unincorporated areas of San Diego County. Actually, let me.
Did you say you have access to the city of San Diego's LPRs?
So we can request information from those cameras. And if I may, let me refer to our analyst. So with the flock system for the city of San Diego, are those available to us in real time, or is that something on a request only? So the city of San Diego has approximately 500 license plate reading cameras in their jurisdiction. So it just depends on the jurisdiction on what they allow. Some may have tighter regulations than what is mandated by state guidelines. The other system that's part of Safe Streets, and this is still in the pilot program with the city of San Marcos, is our gunshot detection system. So what these are is they're fixed sensors. What we do is we put technology up there that only records a gunshot. So what it does is we can move these around to any part of the city that may be having issues with calls for service regarding a firearm being fired off. And what this does is it triangulates where that gunshot went from. They're very, very strong with their detection rate. And the beauty of it, there's no recording other than the sound of a gunshot. Yeah, thank you. So how this works is with these sensors that are placed, when a gunshot or gunshots is heard, it will immediately notify the supervisor at the station. It will notify the communications center, and it will tell them through the triangulation where that gunshot is coming from, what caliber of weapon was used, and how many rounds were fired, which is a huge officer safety piece for us, especially when we're going into an area where shots are being fired. So and I failed to mention, the license plate readers currently are sitting at $3,000 a piece per year. So that's a yearly cost that you will have for each license plate reader. The gunshot detection, as it stands right now, is free. Like I said, it's still in the pilot program with the city of San Marcos, but we'd love to see other contract cities adopt it and put it to use and see if it's useful for the city, because there's no expense for the city to utilize that. The safeguards are the same. Data is only kept for 30 days unless it's needed for a criminal investigation. access is limited to those who need to have that information based off of an investigation, and deputies are trained and required to keep up with the guidelines set forth on these types of databases. So based off of what we talked about with the staffing at the sheriff's station, what our recommendation is we feel strongly that we need to add a gang detective to our SNGT unit. The Vista SNGT unit plays a crucial role in solving gang-related crimes, preventing gang violence, training patrol personnel, and providing expert advice to prosecutors, law enforcement, and governmental bodies. The positive effects of successful gang investigations on crime rates and quality of life in the affected communities are well documented. Before 2009, 2 contracted detectives handled gang-related investigations, but budget cuts led to the elimination of 1 position, leaving only 1 gang detective alongside 2 narcotics detectives. Gang-related investigations are complex due to the reluctance of witness and victims to cooperate out of fear, and significant time is dedicated to obtaining evidence for successful prosecutions. Immediate action is necessary to combat violence and retaliatory action by gang members, as is often the case. This requires constant communication with the community, monitoring of the investigation, and a dedication to build the case while also attempting to steer violence from erupting. There are 200 known gang members in the city of Vista, and in 2004, SNGT investigated 5 stabbings, 2 murders, 2 attempt murders, 4 brandishing of a knife and firearm, and 1 shooting as it related to gang violence in Vista. Vista's SNGT does have an accompanying unit tasked with gang enforcement, which I mentioned earlier. The Vista Gang Enforcement Team is a uniformed, highly visible, and proactive unit that provides overt gang enforcement throughout the city. One of their primary functions is to focus on crime prevention rather than follow-up investigation. While both units complement each other, they are not compatible nor intended to fill each other's role. Comparatively, SNGT San Marcos, with 2 gang detectives and half the known gang membership, benefits greatly from the enhanced operational capabilities of an additional detective. The goal of any gang investigation is not only to bring those responsible to justice, but also to deter future violent actions. This requires dedicated staff to address issues and concerns quickly, communicate with community partners, and participate in intervention programs to identify those at risk to build a safer Vista for all. So, looking at what we have, because we only have 1 gang detective, that approach is unsustainable. What it does is it damages our succession planning and specific knowledge of Vista's gang culture. Because when we have 1 detective, when that detective leaves and a new detective comes in to fill that spot, there's so much that is lost. Not only that, investigators are trained to work in pairs. You're very limited when you only have 1 gang investigator working those cases. Working in pairs is what we're trained to do, and it's an officer safety issue. And like I mentioned, with 200 known gang members in Vista, one investigator is inadequate to manage current cases and analyze intel to reduce future crime. Moving on to the technology, Vista is behind in its approach to reduce crime through technology. Vista is the last city in the county to not have license plate reader technology. They're behind in having the camera systems set up as overt deterrents for crime. And it's getting to be much more cost-effective and easy for these systems to be implemented. With the sheriff's office doing what they've done to literally cut the cost in half, or even more so in some cases, to allow these cities to be able to afford this technology to help keep the residents safe. So those are our two recommendations, that we need an additional gang detective, and we need to add technology into our arsenal to help keep the community safe.
Thank you. That's an excellent presentation. We do have two members of the community that would like to be heard on this item. We'll start with Yusuf Miller and then go to Sarah Spinks.
Mayor, Deputy Mayor, City Council staff. I want to say this is a great presentation, and I'm always happy to hear a reduction in crime anywhere. You know, it's for the public safety, and we are the public. I am the public, you are the public. And it's always great to see all of those areas where the crime has dropped, and that's very important to me and as well as other people. What I was confused about a little bit is the breakout of the one area that saw increase, which was 22% in the community crimes against crime against the community. I thought it was society. There you go, against society. And that one seemed to be a lot of drug and narcotics. Yeah, so I saw drugs and narcotics. I wanted to know, is there some kind of breakdown on what do you mean by that? Drugs and narcotic. There's differences. Like, let's say I couldn't read that up there, so I had to ask the question here. Is that let's say possession? Possession is one crime. Distributing is another crime. So drug possession, I would say, if that was a large piece of it, that we would need more compassion services than a badge and a gun service, you know? So there are programs that help people with addiction and things of that nature. So I would like to see and look into that as a deterrent, or to drop those numbers versus any other type of intervention. And that's really what I see. I see the violent crime, although still exists, most of it has been down, so I don't see the data more suggests these compassion supports rather than law enforcement support. And I know I'm running out of time, so I wanted to jump into those other things that you mentioned. It was a lot. So the Safe Streets, I like the program basically in general, and I don't want anyone to take that I'm pro-criminal or anything like that. People try to, when we bring up these questions, people think that we're pro-criminal, but safety and of people's constitutional rights when we come to these views is very important. And you mentioned that. You did go into that. But what I didn't hear, and I like to suggest, is with these policies that safeguard our constitutional rights, that the community get to see these policies. They shouldn't be secret, right? So I think that the community should get a look at what are these policies that protect our constitutional rights, and let us weigh in on it, like a public listening session, so they could weigh in on it and see what actually is in this policy. The only thing that we're interested in is that we're protected, so that this data and videos are used for law enforcement and not for, let's say, spotting my car as I come into Vista to protest rally at the city council or somewhere else. You see what I'm saying? So it's not that that's not possible. It is possible, because those technologies, although they may not be discriminatory tool, they can.
Thank you. Sarah Spinks.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I want to start by saying thank you to the City Council and the Safety Commission for your ongoing efforts to make Vista a safer place for everyone. The new crime data shows that the programs and policies you're implementing without hiring additional law enforcement are working. Programs such as rental assistance, scholarships, traffic calming measures have played probably a likely role in reducing crime and improving quality of life for our residents. This is a testament to community-based solutions that address the root causes of crime rather than relying solely on enforcement. With this success in mind, I'd like to ask whether the city has considered training existing deputies to take on specialized roles rather than hiring additional personnel. With an 18.3% decrease in overall crime, we should explore ways to maximize efficiency while keeping costs down for taxpayers. I work in public education, and I know that's what they do over there. Would it be possible to invest in training current deputies for gang enforcement and narcotics investigations instead of expanding staff? And if these are crimes against society, going off the last speaker, a more holistic approach, a more compassionate approach. If we're having trouble with people doing lots of drugs and gun violations and 200 known gang members, maybe we're boosting our gang prevention programs in the city of Vista, or reaching out to our youth. I know you have youth programs, and working with the school district even more, because it's obviously been effective. As we approach the March budget workshop, I encourage the council to continue prioritizing proactive, community-driven solutions that have already been making a difference. And forgive me if I was not understanding, but I didn't really understand if we were talking about adopting this technology. It seems like a larger discussion that really needs to be had with the public. I think the agenda item just really says it's an update. And so if this is like, we're gonna put street cameras all over our community, I think that we really need to have an honest conversation and an honest agenda item, so it's really known what we're discussing and what we're talking about. It feels a little buried, and I know people can have some strong opinions about that. I know I do, so thank you.
And on Zoom, we have Katie Norris.
Hello, thank you so much. And I appreciate the opportunity to be able to join remotely. I think that's really great that we have the accessibility for our local government. I just wanted to speak to the Safe Streets program. I appreciate hearing these details, and I just wanted to take the opportunity to encourage my neighbors to seriously consider before opting in to the program, where they allow their security cameras to be networked in. While, some may feel that it measures like public cameras and license plate readers balance out the privacy cost with the safety measures, I think it's worth considering whether, turning your home into surveillance of your direct neighborhood and your neighbors is something that, you feel comfortable with. While we may feel that we can trust our local sheriff's department, data breaches of programs like this have happened in other cities, and I would encourage folks to look into that before they opted into a program like that. Appreciate it.
Deputy Mayor Melendez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Captain and Commander, for being here and presenting on this topic. We have requested information about personnel needs and a greater framework about what the department is challenged with. And I think that overall, you accomplished that, and at least starting the conversation. But I do believe that there's more information that we will be seeking, and I will be seeking tonight. I've already made some requests to our city manager of some of the items that I would like to see come back to us. But I really want to respond very first and foremost regarding one of the public speakers' reference to the Safe Streets program and the information about the cameras that was available for the public tonight. I think if we're going to overcome any anxieties about surveillance, we have to be completely transparent in our reporting out to the community. And the way that the agenda is outlined at this time, it does not capture the full breadth of the discussion that we're having tonight. So what has been issued on the agenda refers to a Safe Streets program and specifically says, referring to technology, Safe Streets allows members of the community to participate and work towards enhancing the community's quality of life by sharing home security video feeds directly with SDSO. And that was included in the presentation tonight, but what was also included in the presentation was the presentation of technology, right? And this is not home security footage, right? This would be something that the City of Vista purchases and attaches to a public pole that can be then surveying the community in all manner of ways. So I completely agree that if my council is remotely interested in this type of technology in the community, that it be very thoroughly noticed to the community. So that would be just on the topic of technology. That's all the comments that I'll have for that. But how incredibly excellent of our Sheriff's Department and the contract where you referenced this history, and I think that that's really important too, that we have a history of excellence here in the city of Vista, and in competing with all the other cities, we're seeing a reduction in crime in a way that they are not. And, you know, I hear, Captain, there's you know, maybe considerations that we can have of what's causing the reduction in crime, right? It could be, you know, very active force, intervening before personal drug use becomes burglary, or you know, gang affiliation becomes assault. But I also want to recognize the incredible work of our council, of our city staff, and the multitude of departments that contribute to keeping our community safe. And law enforcement plays an incredible role in that responsibility. And there's no doubt in my mind that the many programs and initiatives that our council and our city staff have worked on to improve quality of life, that those things have contributed to safety in the community as well. So City of Vista, our crime is down, right? Especially violent crime is down. And unfortunately, social issues do continue. And so when it comes to the increase in crimes against society, I would like to see more data made available to us about how do these drug-related crimes manifest in the community. I'm sure you have that information. It might not have been pertinent for tonight, but I think if we're going to consider, you know, personnel and how we're going to respond to crime in the future, it would be really essential to know how the crimes are manifesting. I think Speaker made a great note of that there could be large crimes of distribution or different types of drug-related charges, and there could also be personal use, and having that parsed out can help us identify potential solutions, which would include law enforcement and would also include treatment. And so our council, I believe, is a very treatment-focused council. We do believe in the power of rehabilitation. So since we're seeing an increase in substance use-related crimes, potentially, I would like to talk to my council about what we're going to do about that, and how law enforcement's going to play a role in that, and what we can do to advocate for more treatment models in our community. Because it's not enough for me that violent crime is going down, that burglaries are down, assaults are down. I need to make sure that our community is safe, and I do believe that there are models and that there are options for us to eliminate illegal drug use in our community entirely. Just as we're reducing other crimes, I believe we can reduce crimes against society. So I feel very strongly about that. As far as the personnel requests, I understand that you feel strongly about making this inclusion, and I want to support the department in creating the position. But I do feel like I need more information in order to fully demonstrate the need. So where there is reference to this position being proven to reduce crime, right? You made reference to that in your presentation. I appreciate that. I'm going to need to see that information, right? What is the proof? What data do you have for us? And how can this position, you know, not just lighten the load, but really resolve the criminal issues that we're talking about? So I want to ask, as we continue this discussion, that there can be a little bit more information provided to prove the need for this position. And further, if there is a position that's made available, is there an opportunity for promotions within the department? We're seeing a reduction of crime overall, and if a position is more needed in another area where there's highly skilled specialized training that needs to be done in order for, maybe one of our lower level deputies to be trained up in that. I think that there could be opportunities for promotion here. So I definitely want to support creating a position that you see as being important for just the workforce. And I want to look at the data of what demonstrates the need for that in the department. And then as we're looking at organization, is this an expense that's coming directly from the city of Vista? Or is this more related to reorganizing and how we're going to conduct promotions where the talent is most needed? Because it certainly, takes a lot of skill, and I understand there is a challenge in keeping that institutional knowledge, right? That's something that's very important. So I can understand where you're coming from and the point of view in your presentation. I just think we might have been missing a little bit of the data on that. So are you able to come back to me, maybe even just like offline as a council member, and help me get more information on the breakdown of those drug-related charges, and then also show me a little bit more data demonstrating the value of this position? If I can get that, then I really support the creation of this position. Thank you.
Councilmember Contreras.
Thank you so much, Commander and Captain. This is the type of discussion that I've requested for a long time, so I know it's so hard to compile all this, and it took a long process. I really appreciate everybody who's had a hand in this. And I do appreciate the recommendations. I think it's important for us to know where the gaps are. I am in a place right now, there's been so much fear-mongering over the years about if we don't have this certain amount of deputies per 1,000, that we were going to see an extraordinary amount of crime. And in fact, we continue to see the crime go down, which is really great. It just means, our officers, our deputies are doing a lot, and they're doing a good job. And I see that in my community. I'm constantly walking around everywhere, and I see our deputies out, ensuring that our public is safe. I think that I would need to have a little bit more information. We just had a 4-hour discussion about, all these multi-million-dollar needs for the wave. But I do want to continue to have a discussion in regards to some of the recommendations that you put forward. I have an easier time having a discussion about a gang detective than I do about the Safe Streets technology, just because I'm not, I don't see the direct connection of like, this is going to decrease crime. I hear on the gang detective side, we have 200 known gang members. And I do have some questions about that. So when we're looking at this figure of 200, how long does that record go back? Is this a database that, hey, we now know that X amount of people are no longer affiliated, or once you're in for a long time? Can you explain a little bit about the number of 200?
That number, those are, so in terms of gang intelligence and the known 200, I would have to get back with you. That's certainly not going back years and years. Once you're a known gang member in any certain area, doesn't mean you're always a known gang member and considered to be such. But I'd have to get those specifics.
Okay. Yeah, I would love to continue to have this conversation. And then when we're looking at, areas that we can help reduce the number of gang members, I think that's some of the stuff that the council has been trying to do on the social side as well, by providing a lot of different scholarships and reinvesting our cannabis sales tax dollars to really create a more holistic approach, because we know that you and your deputies, they can't do everything. You can't be a social worker and enforcing the law and, going into encampments and trying to change hearts and minds, right? Like that is really difficult work for one person to do. So, I want to continue to see what we can do in working together to really have this more comprehensive way to address reducing crime. And I feel like this report is a step in that direction, but I also would like to see reflected, and this is a larger project, but I would like to see reflected in any kind of report that's showing, the 18.3% reduction in crime, like we have to figure out what is really contributing to that. So I would love to see a report that also includes the financial contributions that the city has made to help our youth, our young adults, and our families be a little bit more resilient. Because and that might be difficult to do. I just don't know, right? We also can't just say, hey, we provided over 2,000 scholarships, so that's, we were able to do a 5% reduction. But I think when we take that entire menu that we have put forward for the city as a safety plan that has this information that you provided, as well as the additional information that the city has for how we're funding different social programs, I think that really gives us a more comprehensive view. I do appreciate you bringing this technology to us so we can see it, because now I'll be aware of when I can spot those, right? And say hey, this is really interesting. And I have some business owners along North Santa Fe that would potentially be really interested in having some kind of a surveillance in their area. But, I also, it's difficult because you want to balance how people just have different feelings about surveillance, right? So I think that needs to continue to be a discussion. I feel like, I haven't seen necessarily any data. So I would like to get more data about how even listening for gunshots, what are some real-time examples? You gave some really some examples about the surveillance and different ways that, that has affected crime. You've been able to catch, X amount of people. But with the gunshot detection, I don't really necessarily know the impact of that. I think this technology is going to continue to, there's just going to be a lot more innovation in this space. And as a city, I don't want to be behind on innovation, but I also need to see that there's a need for it, because obviously there's some combination of factors that are going really well here in the city. And we continue to see a reduction in crime. So, that's where I'm at. I do really appreciate these recommendations and just the knowledge that you've been able to give to us in the public, and these more deep dives are something that I would love to continue to have. And, we talked about it in the previous item, community meetings and stuff like that. We're going to have a lot of community input before we fully adopt an approach that utilizes more innovation. But just thank you so much. And when we talk about our budget, that's a good time to look at some of the requests that you've put forward. Probably today is not the best day for me to be able to say yes or no, but I do want some more information. I want to continue the dialogue, and I really appreciate what you do for our community. Thank you.
Okay, the hour of 10:30 has now approached. By ordinance, our meeting is adjourned, a vote not having been taken while we were in session to extend the hour. So we'll have to continue this conversation. I'll just say in closing that I'm supportive, and I would direct the city manager to bring these items back to us.
Point of information. And actually, I don't know if this is correct or not. So I apologize if my Parley Pro is not correct. As the hour, well, now it's 10:31, so there goes my question. I was going to say, since it was still 10:30, could we take the vote?
Just clarify the
She wants to hear the policy.
I don't have the policy in front of me, but my recollection was it was a 10:30 hard stop unless there was a motion and a vote, an affirmative vote to continue the meeting past 10:30. So the 10:30 was, yeah, kind of the.
Not at all. We're adjourned.